In 2018, James and Brittany Campbell decided to do something a little different for their wedding. They flew out to Las Vegas, Nevada, and found their way to the famous Little Vegas Chapel just off the Strip. They were married by a man dressed as Elvis Presley right in front of a classic pink Cadillac. For some people, it might have seemed a bit unusual, but for James and Brittany, it was perfect. It fit them. After all, they weren't a very traditional couple to begin with. Brittany, who was 36 years old, was a ball of energy. She was bubbly, outgoing, and she even described herself as being a little bit crazy. She was the kind of person who lit up a room. James, on the other hand, was 35 and her complete opposite. He was quiet, reserved, and very analytical. He was the type to think things through carefully and rarely ever acted on impulse. This contrast in their personalities wasn't new. In fact, they had dated once before, way back in high school. It hadn't worked out then. They broke up, went their separate ways, and probably figured they'd never see each other again. But life has a funny way of bringing people back together. Nearly 2 decades later, they reconnected by chance. And this time, things were different. They both had something major in common that changed everything. James was a single father, raising 2 young boys on his own. He was searching for a partner, someone not just to share his life with, but someone who could be a mother figure to his children. As for Brittany, she was also single, and she had always dreamed of being a mother. The timing of their reunion just felt right, like it was meant to be. A year after their Elvis-officiated wedding, life threw them another big change. James was serving in the U.S. Navy, and he received new orders. He was being stationed for a couple of years at a naval base in Hawaii. For the family of 4, this was a huge adventure. They packed up everything they owned, gathered their little cat, Mr. Franklin, and left the mainland United States behind. They landed in Honolulu, the capital of Hawaii, ready to start their new life. They moved into a 2-story house in a suburb just a few minutes from the airport. It was a nice, quiet neighborhood, situated at the end of a cul-de-sac. The area didn't exactly look like the tropical paradise you might picture when you think of Hawaii. It was more like a typical American suburb. The houses were all very similar, these cookie-cutter 2-story homes lined up next to each other, many with white picket fences out front. For the Campbells, who were used to life on the mainland, this familiar sight was actually comforting. It helped them settle in. It didn't take long for them to fall in love with their new home in Hawaii. That is, until they started to uncover the house's dark secret. It began in June of 2019, not long after they had moved in. Brittany needed to get something from the garage. Their garage was attached to the left side of the house, and there was a door on the first floor that led directly into it. So Brittany walked through the house, opened that door, and stepped into the garage. She reached for the light switch and flipped it on. What she saw when the light flooded the space made no sense at all. They had only been in Hawaii for a few weeks, so there were still a ton of moving boxes they hadn't gotten around to unpacking. They had stacked them all up neatly inside the garage to deal with later. But now, as Brittany stood there, she saw that almost all of those boxes had been knocked over. Their contents were spilled out all over the concrete floor. It was a huge mess. But what was truly bizarre was that it didn't look like a random act of chaos. It looked intentional. Someone had seemingly gone through the boxes, sifting through their belongings. They had taken out random items and arranged them in strange little piles. The objects in each pile had no connection to each other. In other places, items were stood up in odd arrangements, almost like they were being displayed for a garage sale. Brittany's first instinct was to just back away. She turned around, left the garage, and went to find her husband. She brought James back to the garage door, and he looked inside just as confused as she was. The 2 of them immediately went into the garage and started looking through the mess, trying to see if anything valuable was missing. It was hard to tell for sure given the chaos, but they did have some expensive items packed in those boxes. Those items had been pulled out, but they were still there, lying on the ground. This was a pretty good sign that this wasn't a robbery. So, if it wasn't a burglar, what was it? The only other explanation they could come up with was their two young sons. Maybe the boys had been playing in the garage, gotten a bit too rough, and knocked everything over. But when James and Brittany asked them, the boys swore they hadn't done it. Brittany believed them. James, however, was more skeptical. He thought they might just be lying to stay out of trouble. And if it wasn't the kids, he figured maybe it was one of their pets. They had gotten a dog shortly after arriving in Hawaii, so now they had a dog and a cat. James was trying to find any logical explanation, and he was very dismissive of how genuinely spooked Brittany was by the whole thing. But there was nothing else to do. They cleaned up the garage, put everything back, and tried to move on. About a week later, another strange thing happened. Brittany was home alone one morning, getting ready for the day. She was sitting at her vanity in the master bedroom, carefully applying her eyeliner while a makeup tutorial played on YouTube. As she focused on her reflection, a loud sound from downstairs made her jump. The front door had slammed shut with incredible force. She was so startled, she almost poked herself in the eye. She immediately paused the video. The house was silent again. She called out, "James?" Boys, thinking they must have come home without her realizing it. But nobody answered. Her mind started racing, trying to find a rational explanation. Maybe James and the boys had just opened the door to drop something off, slammed it on their way out, and didn't hear her call. But a part of her felt that something was wrong. The memory of the trashed garage was still fresh in her mind. She had tried to forget about it, but it was always there, in the back of her thoughts. She stood up and walked towards the open bedroom door, which led out into the second-floor hallway. From her bedroom, you could look straight across the hall to her son's bedroom door. In between the two rooms, to the left, was the staircase leading down to the first floor. At the bottom of those stairs, right in front of you, was the front door. The very door she had just heard slam. Brittany cautiously stepped into the hallway. She looked around, but saw no one. She called out for her family again, louder this time. Again, only silence answered. Taking a deep breath, she started walking down the hallway. When she reached the halfway point, she turned left and started down the stairs. The house was eerily quiet. A growing sense of dread was building in her stomach. She quietly called out for James and her sons one more time, but there was still no response. When she got to the bottom of the stairs, she scanned the first floor. Nothing seemed out of place. She walked over to the front door and pulled it open, hoping to see James's car in the driveway or any sign that her family had been there. But there was nothing. The driveway was empty. There was no one around. It was just her. Her heart was pounding now. She shut the front door and made sure to lock it. Then she did a full sweep of the first floor. She checked every single window and every door, making sure they were all securely locked. She went back upstairs and did the same thing, checking every room, every closet. There was nobody else in the house. She was completely alone. She went back to her room, her mind reeling. How could she explain it? She knew what she heard. She had clearly heard the front door slam shut. But there was no one there to have done it. She eventually had to leave the house to go about her day, but the incident stuck with her. That evening, when she got home, James and the boys were there. She brought up the slamming door, asking James if he had maybe stopped by the house earlier. He told her no, he hadn't been back all day. It couldn't have been him. He tried to reassure her, saying, "Don't worry, you probably just left the door unlocked and a draft came through and slammed it shut. You have nothing to worry about." But Brittany knew that wasn't possible. She was meticulous about locking the doors. The idea that she had not only forgotten to lock it, but had also left it ajar just enough for a gust of wind to slam it that hard, it just didn't make sense. But James was being dismissive again, just like he had been about the garage. He told her she was being paranoid and that it was just a door. This frustrated Brittany, and soon they were in a full-blown argument. By the time they went to bed that night, they were angry and not even speaking to each other. They fell asleep in silence. Then, in the middle of the night, Brittany woke up suddenly. She didn't know what had woken her, but she sat up in bed, looking around the dark, quiet room. As she tried to get her bearings, she heard it. Downstairs. It wasn't a slam this time. It was the distinct sound of a door opening and then quietly shutting. Immediately, her senses were on high alert. She stayed perfectly still, leaning forward, listening intently. She had to be sure she wasn't imagining it. And then she heard it again. A different door, downstairs, opening and then shutting. Panic started to set in. She reached over and shook James awake. She whispered urgently, "James, I can hear someone opening and shutting doors downstairs." James was not happy about being woken up. He was still mad at her from their fight earlier, and now she was waking him up in a panic about more doors. He was annoyed. He sat up, clearly not taking her seriously. Brittany could sense his frustration, and she got straight to the point. "James, did you lock the front door before we went to bed?" James sighed. "Yes, I locked the front door." "I'm telling you, you're just hearing things." There's nothing going on in this house. But Brittany was not convinced. She said, "You can think that if you want, but I'm going downstairs to make sure no one is in this house." She got out of bed and walked to the bedroom door. She peered out into the dark hallway. She didn't see or hear anything. Very slowly, she crept down the hall until she reached the top of the stairs. She stood there for a moment, looking down into the pitch-black first floor. She was terrified, but she knew she had to go down there. She had to protect her family. So, one step at a time, she went down the stairs. When she reached the bottom, she immediately looked at the front door. And her heart sank. It was unlocked. Her first thought was, why would James lie to me? Why would he say he locked it when he didn't? Then another thought occurred to her. Maybe it was her sons. Maybe they had gotten out of bed and come downstairs, unlocking the door. That must be what she was hearing. It had to be the boys making all that noise. For a second, she felt a wave of relief. That made sense. But after she locked the front door, she searched the entire first floor, and her sons were nowhere to be found. She went back upstairs and quietly opened their bedroom door. She found both of them fast asleep in their beds. When she gently shook them awake, they were completely groggy and out of it. There was no way they had been running around the house just a few minutes earlier. Now, Brittany was truly terrified. She tucked her boys back in, told them everything was fine, and then hurried back to her own bedroom. She told James what she had found. The front door was unlocked, and the boys were sound asleep. It couldn't have been them. But James was still being dismissive. He told her she was overreacting, that she was just being paranoid, and that the sounds she was hearing were just the house settling. And as he was saying this, they both heard a loud noise from downstairs. The back sliding glass door, the one that led to their backyard, suddenly slammed open and then slammed shut. In that instant, everything changed for James. The skepticism vanished from his face. He looked at his wife, his eyes wide, and said, "You stay right here." He jumped out of bed and ran out of the room. A few minutes later, he came back. He told Brittany that the back door had been unlocked, but it was shut now. He tried to downplay it again, saying she must have forgotten to lock that one too, and that the same draft was probably causing all the problems. He said, "The house is all locked up now. Let's just go to sleep." Brittany couldn't believe what she was hearing. "Are you kidding me?" she said. "There is something weird happening in our house." The garage, the doors opening and shutting. You can't just pretend like nothing is going on. This led to another big fight. Before long, they weren't even talking about the mysterious noises anymore. They were just arguing with each other. Eventually, exhausted, they both just gave up and went back to sleep. For the next few weeks, things in the house were quiet. But Brittany couldn't stop thinking about it. Who or what was opening and shutting their doors? What had happened in the garage? Meanwhile, James continued to act like nothing was wrong. He refused to talk about the possibility that something strange was happening in their home. But then, something strange happened to James when he was all alone. And for the first time, he got really spooked. It was a couple of weeks after the night of the slamming doors. James was home by himself during the day. He decided to sit down and play the piano, which was in their living room on the first floor. He sat down and began to play. After a little while, he started to get an uncomfortable feeling. He felt like he was being watched. The feeling grew so strong that he had to stop playing. He looked around the room, trying to make sure he was actually alone. As he scanned the room, he glanced at the window to his right, which looked out onto the side yard. And he saw it. There was a figure standing right outside the window, looking in. The curtain was drawn, so all he could see was a dark silhouette. It was just standing there, with its arms down by its sides. James was startled. As soon as he reacted, the figure quickly moved away towards the back of the house. James jumped up from the piano bench and rushed over to another window, one that looked into the backyard. He looked outside, but there was no one there. He went back to the first window, the one where he saw the figure, and pulled the curtain back. Again, no one. He tried to rationalize it. He told himself it must have been a nosy neighbor who heard the music and came to see who was playing. Maybe they saw him, noticed them, and ran off before he could get a good look. That had to be it. But deep down, the image of that dark figure in the window really shook him up. However, it was the blanket incident that finally broke through James's wall of skepticism. It was the moment that forced him to admit to his wife that they had a serious problem. Not long after James saw the figure, the whole family decided to go out to a movie. As they were getting ready to leave, Brittany said she wanted to bring a specific blanket with them. It was a family favorite, the one they always used when they were cuddling on the couch. She thought it would be nice to have it at the theater. She went into the living room to grab it, but the blanket was gone. It wasn't on the couch where it always was. She asked James and the boys if they had seen it, but they all said no. She looked everywhere. She checked under the couch, all around the living room, and even went upstairs to search. But the blanket was nowhere to be found. Finally, they just gave up and left for the movie without it. But when they came home that evening, there it was. Lying on the couch, folded up perfectly neat, was the missing blanket. Everyone in the family knew for a fact that the blanket had not been there when they left. So how did it get there? For the next few weeks, James and Brittany did their best to put on a brave face for their kids, telling them that everything was fine. But in reality, the whole family was terrified to be in that house. The strange occurrences were getting worse. At night, the doors would still open and shut on their own. Their dog would start barking uncontrollably in the middle of the night for no reason, and they all shared the same awful, constant feeling of being watched. By September of that year, the family had reached a breaking point. They decided they had to get out of the house, even if it was just for a little while. They needed a break from the constant fear. So they packed their bags, flew back to the mainland, and stayed with family for a week. On September 20th, they got back on a plane and flew back to Honolulu. As they drove from the airport to their house, both James and Brittany were secretly hoping that their time away had somehow reset things, that whatever weirdness was plaguing their home would have just magically stopped. But as soon as James turned onto their street, they knew that wasn't going to be the case. As they drove up the road, they could see their house at the end of the cul-de-sac. And sitting right in the middle of their driveway was James's nice road bike. Brittany turned to her husband. Even though she already knew the answer, she had to ask. "James, were you riding your bike before we left?" James just shook his head, no, his eyes fixed on the house. He hadn't touched it. He pulled the car into the driveway, parking right in front of the garage door. After he put the car in park, he pressed the button for the garage door opener. James was in the driver's seat, Brittany was next to him, and the kids were in the back. They all watched as the garage door slowly began to rise. As soon as they could see inside, their jaws dropped. The entire garage had been completely trashed. It wasn't just that things were dumped out. Things had been ripped apart, shredded, as if a wild animal had been let loose inside. James immediately turned to his wife and said, "We've been robbed." He jumped out of the car and told his kids, "Stay in the car! Do not get out." James then went to the side of the house and grabbed a sledgehammer for protection. He made his way to the front door of the house while Brittany stayed by the car on the phone with 911 reporting a break-in. James reached the front door. He put his key in the lock and turned it. The door was unlocked. With the heavy sledgehammer in one hand, he tried to push the door open, but it wouldn't budge. Something was blocking it from the other side. James put his shoulder against the door and pushed with all his might. Finally, it opened just a crack, just enough for him to see inside. As he peered through the narrow opening, trying to figure out what was going on, a pair of eyes suddenly met his from behind the door. Before James could even react, a man's voice from inside the house said calmly, "This is not your house." And then the man tried to push the door shut on him. An adrenaline-fueled rage took over James. He roared and smashed the door open with his body. He grabbed the man inside, yanked him out of the house, and threw him onto the front lawn. James then stood over him, holding the sledgehammer, and warned him, "If you go anywhere, I'm going to have to attack you with this." The intruder, a 2-3-year-old man named Ezekiel Zayas, didn't try to run. He just stood there on the Campbell's lawn, staring directly at James, unblinking and eerily calm. A couple of minutes later, the police arrived. Ezekiel didn't put up a fight. He was arrested and taken away without any resistance. It was only after Ezekiel was gone that James and Brittany finally went inside their house. What they found was a scene of total devastation. The entire house, just like the garage, had been completely ripped to shreds. But amidst the chaos, they noticed something familiar. There were those strange little piles of random objects, just like they had seen in the garage that very first time. There were stacks of coasters, books, and electronics arranged on various surfaces, but what really caught James's attention were the medical vials. All over the first floor, on tables and counters, were small vials of drugs or chemicals. He knew they didn't belong to his family. Someone had brought them into the house. James made his way up the stairs to the second floor. The upstairs was just as destroyed as the downstairs, a mess of overturned furniture and strewn belongings. But when he turned and went into his son's room, he was shocked. The room was pristine. In fact, it looked like it had been professionally cleaned. The boys' laundry was neatly folded and stacked on a chair. Their beds were made with military precision. All of their toys, which were usually all over the floor, were neatly put away in their proper places. Stunned, James left his boys' room and walked across the hall into the master bedroom. And what he saw in there made an already terrible situation 1,000 times worse. The master bedroom was destroyed, just like the rest of the house. But the bed was different. The top of their bed was clear of any junk. Instead, a towel had been laid out neatly across it, like a tablecloth. And arranged on this towel, spaced apart perfectly, was a collection of knives. Next to the knives, also on the towel, was a laptop. It was a laptop the Campbell family owned, but they rarely used it. It was open, but the screen was dark. By this point, Brittany had come upstairs and was standing beside him. Together, they walked over to the bed, horrified by the display. They touched the keyboard of the laptop, and the screen lit up, showing the last thing that had been worked on. It was a long, typed document, a Word file that neither of them had ever seen before. They scrolled to the top. The document was titled The Omnivore Trials. Below that, a subtitle read, A Rehabilitation for Rat-like People. The rest of the document was like a diary. It was filled with page after page of detailed observations about a group of specimens, and it was terrifyingly clear that the specimens were the Campbell family. The observations were incredibly intimate. The only way someone could have known these details was if they had been watching the family up close almost constantly for days, weeks, and even months. The notes ranged from what time the family liked to watch TV to the private conversations James and Brittany had behind their closed bedroom door. It even mentioned their personal struggle to have another child, something they hadn't told anyone in their family. In the document, the author wrote that the creature, referring to Brittany, needed to stop trying to have another baby and focus on the children she already had. Towards the end of the long document, the author of The Omnivore Trials came to a shocking conclusion. They wrote that in order to rehabilitate these rat-like people, the Campbells, the author would have to perform several surgeries on the specimens. The specific surgeries mentioned were hand amputations and gender reassignment surgeries. Following this conclusion was another section. It was a detailed list of all the surgical tools the author would need to perform these procedures. There was also a list of drugs and chemicals they would need to sedate the specimens before the surgeries began. As James and Brittany stood there reading this in horror, it all clicked into place. The knives laid out on the towel next to them were not random. Those were the surgical tools. And all of those strange medical vials they had seen downstairs, those were the drugs. The drugs that were going to be used to sedate them so Ezekiel could perform his surgeries. It turned out that for months, Ezekiel Zayas had found a way to sneak in and out of the Campbells' home. He had been living there right alongside them since around the time they first moved in. His primary hiding spot was the crawl space above the second-floor bathroom. Whenever he could, he would climb down from his hiding place and move through the house observing the family. Based on the details in his document, it was clear he was watching them not just at night, but during the day as well. He was the one who had trashed the garage and arranged their belongings. He was the one opening and shutting the doors. He was the one who had taken the blanket and then returned it, folded neatly. He was the dark figure James had seen in the window. The document also made it chillingly clear that Ezekiel was getting ready to act. He was preparing to carry out his twisted plan. The Campbells' decision to go on that one-week vacation might have been the very thing that saved their lives. It had interrupted his timeline. And if there was any doubt about whether Ezekiel was capable of such extreme violence, that question was answered after his arrest. While he was in jail awaiting trial for what he did to the Campbells, he allegedly beat his cellmate to death. A guard reportedly walked in and saw Ezekiel punching, kicking, and stomping on the man. The man later died from his injuries. As of today, Ezekiel Zayas is in a state hospital. Doctors are still trying to determine if he is mentally fit to stand trial, both for what he did to the Campbell family and for the alleged murder of his cellmate. It's still a complete mystery what his motives were. We have no idea why he targeted the Campbells or what he hoped to achieve with his so-called omnivore trials. As for the Campbell family, the experience was so deeply traumatic that they couldn't stay in that house. They moved away immediately. For their own safety and peace of mind, their current whereabouts are unknown. They simply vanished, hoping to leave the nightmare of that house, and the man who lived in their walls far behind them. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. Deep in the rugged terrain of the Sierra Madre Oriental, a mountain range stretching hundreds of miles south of the Texas-Mexico border, lay a region forgotten by time. Nestled at the foot of these towering peaks, about halfway down the mountain chain, were several tiny isolated villages. The people who lived there were desperately poor, entirely illiterate, and largely cut off from the modern world. In May of 1963, this profound isolation became the breeding ground for a nightmare that would shock the world. It began with a 14-year-old boy named Sebastian Guerrero. Sebastian lived in one of these remote villages and frequently spent his evenings walking up the steep mountainside. Local folklore rumored that the numerous caves cutting into the eastern face of the peaks held hidden treasures. Whether Sebastian truly believed the legends or simply craved adventure, he found himself trekking up the mountain path late one night. He had no flashlight, navigating the familiar, dark trails entirely by memory. As he walked, Sebastian noticed something unusual far to his right. A steady glow was emanating from the massive mouth of one of the caves. It was a strange sight. The villagers never ventured into the caves, especially not after dark. Intrigued, Sebastian abandoned his original route and angled his path toward the light. The further he walked from his village, the more the silence of the night was replaced by a disturbing sound echoing from the cavern. At first, it sounded like distant laughter or a raucous party, but as he drew closer, the noise sharpened into a chilling sound, a human being screaming in agonizing pain and terror. Anxiety gripped the teenager, but curiosity pushed him forward. Soon, he could distinguish other voices. Beneath the frantic screams, a large group of people was chanting and singing in an eerie, unified drone. Trembling, Sebastian approached within 10 feet of the 10-foot-wide opening and hid behind a large boulder. Summoning his courage, he took a deep breath and peeked around the edge of the rock into the illuminated cave. The horror of what he saw froze him in place. Inside, bathed in the flickering light of fires, a human sacrifice was taking place. Before he could fully process the gruesome spectacle, his survival instincts kicked in. Sebastian turned and bolted down the mountain, fueled by absolute panic. Terrified that someone might be pursuing him, he didn't dare stop at his own village. Instead, he ran nearly 10 miles to the nearest town with a police station. He burst through the station doors, drenched in sweat and hysterical. The startled officers tried to calm him down, but the sheer horror of the event had stripped Sebastian of his vocabulary. Struggling to explain the unexplainable, he told the police that he had just seen vampires cutting a person apart in the cave. Hearing a frantic boy babble about monsters, the officers dismissed his story as a childhood nightmare. They calmed him down, promised to look into any unusual reports, and drove him back to his village. The next morning, Sebastian still couldn't shake the terrifying imagery. He ran back to the police station, begging them to believe him. Moved by the boy's relentless panic, an officer named Luis Martinez agreed to investigate. The two hopped into a police car and drove toward the mountains. By late afternoon, the police station realized Officer Martinez had not checked in via radio and was long overdue. As evening fell and repeated radio calls went unanswered, a search party headed to Sebastian's village. There, the boy's family revealed that neither Sebastian nor the officer had returned. Realizing they were facing a critical emergency, the understaffed local police contacted the Mexican army for assistance. A military unit was dispatched, and later that night, heavily armed soldiers and police officers moved up the mountain toward the cave. What they ultimately discovered was a horror story 6 months in the making. The nightmare had actually begun in December of 1962 when two grifter brothers, Santos and Cayetano Hernandez, arrived in the area. The brothers made a living, swindling, vulnerable people across Mexico, and they had engineered a grand scheme to exploit an entire community. They targeted La Yerba Buena, a village of about 20 deeply superstitious and illiterate families living just beneath the caves. Strolling into town, the charismatic brothers put on a dramatic performance, declaring themselves the chosen prophets of an ancient, exiled Incan god. They promised the villagers unimaginable wealth if they obeyed their commands. Uneducated and desperate for a better life, the villagers believed them, effectively becoming the brothers' slaves and giving up what little possessions they had. By early 1963, however, the villagers grew restless. They were being severely mistreated, and the promised riches never materialized. Sensing the growing dissent, the Hernandez brothers traveled to a nearby city to recruit reinforcements. They hired Magdalena Solis, a young prostitute who had known nothing but abuse and powerlessness her entire life, along with her brother and pimp, Eliezer. The plan was simple. Magdalena would pose as a reincarnated Incan goddess to terrify the villagers back into submission. The brothers smuggled Magdalena into the cave, dressed her in an elaborate exotic costume, and hid her behind a makeshift smokescreen created with basic magic tricks. They then marched the villagers up to the cavern. On cue, Magdalena leaped through the billowing smoke, fiercely proclaiming her divine status and threatening to strike down anyone who disobeyed. The theatrical display completely overwhelmed the villagers. Their doubts vanished instantly. However, the con artists failed to anticipate the psychological impact the event would have on Magdalena. Looking out at the awe and absolute reverence in the villagers' eyes, something snapped inside her mind. A woman who had been exploited her whole life suddenly held absolute power over an entire community. She began to genuinely believe her own lie. Within days, Magdalena violently seized control of the cult, demoting the Hernandez brothers to mere enforcers. Her delusions rapidly worsened. She convinced herself that to sustain her divine immortality, she required blood. At first, she demanded animal blood, forcing the villagers to slaughter their livestock and pets. But the cult took a lethal turn in April when two villagers attempted to escape the madness. The Hernandez brothers discovered the plot and informed Magdalena, who immediately summoned the entire village to the cave. In front of the congregation, Magdalena pointed at the two dissenters and ordered the crowd to kill them. Driven by fanaticism and fear, the villagers attacked their neighbors, beating them to death. Magdalena had their bodies strung up on pikes. She filled a chalice with their spilling blood and drank it. At that moment, her delusion evolved. Animal blood was no longer enough. She required human sacrifices. Over the next 6 weeks, a reign of terror enveloped the mountain. Periodically, Magdalena would call the villagers into the dark cave. No one knew who the next victim would be. Standing before the terrified crowd, she would select a sacrifice, and the victim's own friends and family would look on or assist out of sheer self-preservation. Worse still, Magdalena decided that beating the victims to death spoiled the blood. She ordered the villagers to beat the chosen targets into submission and string them up alive, allowing her to carve their hearts out while they were still breathing. This was the horrific ritual Sebastian had witnessed that night in May. When he returned the next day with Officer Luis Martinez, the cult ambushed them. Both the boy and the policeman were dragged into the depths of the cave, where they were ritualistically murdered, their hearts cut out by Magdalena. When the army and police finally reached the area, they found La Yerba Buena completely deserted. The villagers had barricaded themselves inside the cave with weapons, prepared to fight to the death for their goddess. A violent shootout erupted between the authorities, the fanatical villagers, and the Hernandez brothers. By the time the gunfire ceased, the majority of the cult members, including both Hernandez brothers, were dead. Entering the bloody cavern, the authorities discovered the horrific pikes and scattered human remains. A search of a nearby shack in the village led to the arrest of Magdalena and Eliezer Solis, who were hiding in the shadows. It was estimated that Magdalena had sacrificed at least 15 people, though only the remains of Sebastian and Officer Martinez could be positively identified. Magdalena and her brother were sentenced to 50 years in prison, while the surviving villagers received 30 years for their roles in the murders and the shootout. Proving the absolute power of the psychological programming, none of the surviving villagers ever testified against Magdalena, choosing decades in prison over betraying the woman they still feared as a cosmic deity. Magdalena Solis eventually died behind bars, leaving behind one of the darkest legacies of psychological manipulation and madness in history. The historical Inca mix-up. To truly comprehend how two traveling con artists could convince an entire Mexican village that they were the chosen prophets of an ancient Incan deity, one must examine the profound intellectual and geographical vacuum that existed in the remote corners of the Sierra Madre Oriental in 1962. When Santos and Cayetano Hernandez concocted their elaborate scheme to rob the village of La Yerba Buena, they chose a lie that was historically and geographically absurd. Yet, the success of their deception highlights a fascinating, tragic intersection of total isolation, absolute illiteracy, and human vulnerability. From a historical and geographical standpoint, the premise of the Hernandez brothers' scam was fundamentally flawed. The Inca Empire was an ancient civilization that flourished in the Andean region of South America, centered in modern-day Peru and stretching across parts of Ecuador, Bolivia, Chile, and Argentina. Culturally, structurally, and linguistically, the Incas were completely distinct from the indigenous civilizations of Mesoamerica. Mexico was historically the cradle of legendary empires like the Aztecs, the Maya, the Zapotecs, and the Mixtecs. To anyone with even a rudimentary education, preaching about the return of an Incan god in the northern mountains of Mexico would be the equivalent of trying to convince a European village that the ancient emperors of Japan had returned to claim a British hillside. The two worlds were separated by thousands of miles of dense rainforests, treacherous oceans, and entirely different historical timeline. However, the Hernandez brothers were shrewd sociopaths who understood their target audience perfectly. They did not choose a major cultural center or a bustling city for their heist. They specifically sought out a community where the modern world simply did not exist. La Yerba Buena was a tiny settlement consisting of roughly 20 families. It was deeply tucked away at the foot of an imposing mountain range, lacking roads, electricity, televisions, newspapers, or schools. The inhabitants were entirely illiterate, living a harsh hand-to-mouth existence as subsistence farmers. Their world was bounded by the peaks above them and the soil beneath their feet. They had never seen a map of the world, nor did they possess any concept of continental geography. They did not know where Peru was, nor did they know that Mexico was an independent nation with its own distinct history. To the people of La Yerba Buena, the past was a vague tapestry of old legends, and the world outside their valley was an incomprehensible expanse. When Santos and Cayetano walked into the village, they did not just tell a story. They put on a masterclass in psychological manipulation. They used the villagers' total lack of historical context to their advantage. To a population completely cut off from education, the word Inca carried no specific geographical anchor. It was merely a word that sounded ancient, powerful, and deeply spiritual. The brothers spoke with absolute confidence, painting vivid pictures of an exiled, vengeful god who demanded obedience but promised unimaginable wealth in return. The villagers had no reference books, no teachers, and no memories of the outside world to challenge this narrative. To them, an ancient indigenous god was simply an ancient god. The distinction between the gods of the Andes and the gods of Mesoamerica meant nothing because both were entirely outside their daily reality of poverty and survival. The psychological trap was sprung even tighter when the brothers introduced Magdalena Solis into the equation. Sensing that the villagers were beginning to doubt the promises of wealth, the brothers knew they needed an undeniable manifestation of their lie. They brought Magdalena to the deep, dark cavern on the mountainside and dressed her in an exotic costume meant to evoke a divine royal presence. When the villagers were led into the cave, the environment itself worked against their senses. The vast, echoing darkness, illuminated only by flickering fires, created an atmosphere of primal dread and reverence. The brothers then deployed basic magic tricks, igniting chemicals to produce a thick, billowing smoke screen that rolled across the cavern floor. When Magdalena leaped through the smoke, declaring herself to be the reincarnated Incan goddess, the sensory overload was complete. For an uneducated person who had never seen special effects, theater, or modern entertainment, this was not a performance. It was a terrifying disruption of reality. The smoke, the fire, the booming echoes, and the commanding presence of a woman claiming divine status were all the proof the villagers needed. The theatrical display bypassed any need for logic or historical accuracy. The sheer terror and awe inspired by the spectacle solidified the delusion in the minds of the villagers, effectively shutting down any lingering capacity for skepticism. This profound historical mix-up demonstrates how easily isolated human minds can be hijacked when they are denied access to basic knowledge. The Hernandez brothers managed to transplant an entire South American mythology into a remote Mexican valley purely because their victims lacked the educational tools to question the geography of the lie. The tragedy of La Yerba Buena proves that when people are left in absolute isolation, the boundaries between truth and fiction disappear entirely. The terrifying theatrics in the cave became their new reality, and a misplaced South American deity became the catalyst for an authentic, bloody nightmare in the heart of Mexico. The blood rituals and folia pluzurs. The descent of La Yerba Buena from a peaceful, isolated Mexican village into a blood-soaked sanctuary of human sacrifice is a chilling exploration of one of the rarest and most terrifying phenomena in psychiatric history. Folia pluzurs, or the madness of many. What began as a financial scam orchestrated by two opportunistic con artists quickly transformed into a shared, infectious psychosis that gripped an entire community. As Magdalena Solis truly began to believe her own lie, her escalating delusions of grandeur and immortality systematically infected the minds of her followers, turning a group of impoverished, illiterate farmers into a unified weapon of slaughter. Under the influence of this shared madness, the traditional bonds of family, friendship, and basic human morality were completely erased, replaced by a frantic, survival-driven fanaticism that demanded the blood of their own neighbors. The psychological foundation for this mass hysteria was laid long before the first drop of human blood was spilled. The residents of La Yerba Buena lived in absolute physical and cultural isolation at the foot of the Sierra Madre Oriental. Cut off from the outside world, without education, and facing the constant anxiety of extreme poverty, the community was a highly suggestible collective mind. When Magdalena Solis was presented to them as a reincarnated deity through theatrical smoke and fire, she filled a deep spiritual void. For the villagers, her presence meant they were no longer forgotten, invisible people. They were the chosen subjects of a living goddess. When Magdalena's mind fractured and she genuinely adopted the identity of a vengeful Incan deity, the villagers did not see a woman losing her sanity. They saw the terrifying absolute certainty of a god. Because they lacked any external reality check, Magdalena's personal psychosis became the unquestioned framework of their entire existence. The true nightmare began when Magdalena's delusions evolved from a craving for power into an insatiable demand for blood. Convinced that she required a life force to sustain her divine immortality, she initially ordered the villagers to sacrifice their farm animals and household pets. This was the first critical step in breaking down the community's moral boundaries. By forcing the farmers to slaughter the animals that represented their livelihoods and companionship, Magdalena tested their obedience and desensitized them to violence. Night after night, the village echoed with the cries of dying livestock. and the smell of blood became a permanent fixture of their environment. The villagers willingly complied out of a deeply ingrained fear of divine retribution. In their shared psychological reality, keeping the goddess alive and happy was the only thing standing between them and cosmic destruction. However, a shared psychosis is a progressive disease that requires increasingly extreme stimuli to maintain its hold. The boundary between animal sacrifice and human slaughter was crossed in April of 1963 when two villagers attempted to break free from the cult's tightening grip. When the Hernandez brothers discovered the escape plot and informed Magdalena, her response was swift and calculated. She summoned the entire congregation to the dark, cavernous depths of the mountain. In that enclosed, echo-filled space, surrounded by the oppressive atmosphere of religious fervor, Magdalena pointed her finger at the two dissenters and branded them as heretics who threatened the survival of the entire community. She did not execute them herself. Instead, she commanded the crowd to destroy them. It was at this precise moment that Folia Pluzors manifested in its most destructive form. In a healthy society, a crowd confronted with such a command would experience a crisis of conscience. But inside the cave of La Yerba Buena, the collective mind had completely fused with Magdalena's will. The fear of being perceived as unfaithful, combined with the intense peer pressure of a small group, triggered a stampede of violence. Neighbors who had lived alongside the dissenters for decades, friends who had shared meals with them, suddenly launched themselves at the victims. The crowd beat and stomped the two individuals to death in a frenzy of shared rage and terror. By participating collectively in the murder, the guilt was distributed among everyone in the room, binding them together in a pact of blood and silence. The psychological transformation was completed when Magdalena had the bodies strung up on pikes, caught their spilling blood in a chalice, and drank it before her cheering followers. In her shattered mind, this act of cannibalism elevated her to a new spiritual plane. She announced to the village that animal blood was no longer sufficient. Her divinity could now only be sustained by human sacrifices. Because the villagers had already crossed the line into homicide, their minds rationalized this new rule as a necessary continuation of their faith. The shared delusion had created an entirely new moral code. Killing was no longer a sin, it was a holy duty required to protect the village from the wrath of their goddess. For the next 6 weeks, the cave became an assembly line of ritualistic murder. The mechanics of these sacrifices were designed to reinforce Magdalena's absolute control and maximize the psychological terror that fueled the shared madness. Periodically, the village would be marched up the mountain for a blood ritual. The true horror of these gatherings lay in the absolute uncertainty of who would be chosen. The villagers would stand in the dimly lit cavern, sweating and trembling, as Magdalena slowly walked through the crowd, inspecting them like cattle. When her gaze finally settled on a victim, the psychological mechanism of Folia Pluzors would instantly activate. Out of an overwhelming dread for their own lives, the surrounding crowd, including the chosen victim's own parents, siblings, or children, would immediately attack the target. The human instinct to protect one's family was entirely overwritten by the primal urge to survive and conform to the group. To hesitate, to show pity, or to cry out in protest was to signal to Magdalena that you were a doubter, which would instantly make you the next sacrifice on the pikes. Therefore, fathers helped pin down their sons, and mothers watched in fanatical silence as their daughters were subdued. The shared madness acted as a psychological armor, shielding the villagers from the horrific reality of what they were doing by reframing the atrocity as an act of cosmic necessity. As the weeks wore on, the psychosis demanded even greater levels of cruelty. Magdalena convinced herself that beating the victims to death before consuming their blood somehow spoiled its divine potency. She altered the ritual, ordering the villagers to beat the sacrifices only until they were submissive, and then string them up on the wooden pikes while they were still fully conscious. With the victim hanging alive before the silent, staring eyes of the entire community, Magdalena would step forward with a sharp blade and carve their heart out of their chest, catching the arterial spray in her chalice. The villagers did not run, they did not riot. Instead, they watched the horrific spectacle in a state of trance-like awe, chanting and singing in unison to drown out the screams of the dying. The rhythmic, repetitive chanting served as a hypnotic tool, further locking their minds into the collective hysteria and numbing their individual consciousness. By the time the Mexican authorities discovered the cult in May of 1963, the Folia Pluzors had completely consumed the remaining population of La Yerba Buena. When the army and police approached the mountain, the villagers did not welcome them as liberators from a monstrous tyrant. Instead, because their minds were entirely trapped within the shared delusion, they viewed the authorities as demonic invaders trying to destroy their living goddess. They willingly barricaded themselves inside the cave, picking up firearms and machetes to engage in a suicidal shootout against heavily armed soldiers. They fought with the fanatical bravery that only a shared psychosis can provide, resulting in the deaths of the majority of the villagers. Even after Magdalena Solis was arrested and her identity as a mortal fraud was exposed to the world, the psychological conditioning of the surviving cult members remained unbroken. During their trials, despite facing 3 decades in a harsh prison system and being offered reduced sentences in exchange for information, not a single villager would testify against Magdalena or her brother. The shared madness had permanently altered the structure of their minds. Even in handcuffs, looking at the ordinary woman who had orchestrated the murder of their families, the survivors still saw the terrifying majesty of an Incan goddess. They chose a lifetime behind bars over the unthinkable sin of betraying the deity of the cave, leaving behind a grim testament to the absolute, devastating power of a shared human madness. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. On July 11th, 1999, a 17-year-old high school student named Thomas Nazaro was standing in the middle of a massive freezing wilderness in the heart of Alaska. He was surrounded by towering mountains, sheer cliffs, and endless sheets of solid white ice. Thomas was participating in a highly intensive, month-long mountaineering course organized by a well-known outdoor leadership school. This was not a casual weekend camping trip or a light hike in the woods. This was a rigorous 26-day-long expedition designed to teach young people how to survive, navigate, and lead in some of the most unforgiving and hostile environments on Earth. Thomas, along with 10 other carefully selected students and 3 highly experienced professional instructors, had spent the last several weeks pushing their physical and mental limits. They had climbed steep peaks, navigated treacherous rock faces, set up shelters in the middle of freezing blizzards, and learned how to cook and stay warm in sub-zero temperatures. By this point in the trip, they had been out in the wilderness for almost a month, and everyone was completely exhausted. Their bodies were sore, their faces were windburned, and their clothes were dirty. But despite the fatigue, they were also incredibly proud of what they had accomplished. They had successfully reached the base of a massive glacier, and they were preparing for the final, most challenging leg of their journey. Before they made the final climb up the glacier, the instructors decided to hold a small, informal meeting. It was a long-standing tradition in this mountaineering program to reward the students who had performed the best over the course of the previous few weeks. The instructors had been closely watching everyone from day one, quietly observing who took on leadership roles when things got tough, who mastered the complex survival and rescue skills, and who maintained a positive, encouraging attitude when everyone else wanted to quit. The reward they offered was absolutely incredible. The instructors would select a small group of the top performing students and allow them to hike up the glacier completely on their own without the constant supervision of the instructors for the last couple of days of the expedition. This was a massive honor, showing that the instructors trusted them completely with their own safety in a highly dangerous environment. Thomas was absolutely thrilled when the instructors called his name. He was officially chosen as one of the top students. He felt an immense sense of pride and accomplishment as he stood there in the cold air, looking up at the massive, glowing blue river of ice they were about to climb. The instructors gathered the selected students, went over the safety guidelines one last time, handed them their maps, and told them that they would meet up again at the designated extraction point at the end of the trip. With their heavy backpacks secured, their crampons strapped to their boots, and their ice axes in hand, Thomas and the other chosen students began their independent hike up the glacier. They walked for several hours, the steady crunch of their boots on the hard ice echoing in the vast, quiet landscape. The air was crisp and clear, and the views were absolutely breathtaking. After hiking about 3 miles up the glacier, they came across a perfectly flat, stable area of ice. It was the ideal spot to set up their campsite for the night. The sun was still high in the Alaskan summer sky, but they knew they needed to get their tents pitched and their gear organized before the temperature began to plummet. Everyone immediately fell into their familiar routines, unpacking tents, unrolling sleeping bags, and securing their gear. As they were working, Thomas noticed they were going to need water for cooking. He paused and listened, and from somewhere nearby, he could hear the faint, distinct sound of rushing water. On a glacier, finding a running stream is incredibly important because melting solid ice for drinking water takes a lot of time and uses up valuable stove fuel. Thomas volunteered to go fetch some water for the group. He grabbed a metal cooking pot, told his friends he would be right back, and walked off in the direction of the sound. He walked around a massive corner of ice, moving completely out of sight of the campsite. His friends continued setting up their tents, chatting and laughing, expecting Thomas to return in just a few minutes. But 10 minutes went by, then 20 minutes, and there was still no sign of Thomas. The other students started to get a little concerned. They knew that on a glacier, you never want to wander off alone for too long. They figured maybe he was just having trouble finding a safe spot to fill the pot, or maybe he was taking a quick break to enjoy the view. Still, they decided they should go check on him. They walked around the same ice corner Thomas had turned, expecting to see him walking back toward them with a full pot of water. But when they rounded the corner, they stopped in their tracks. In front of them was a complete dead end. It was a massive ice wall that went up on 3 sides, towering high above them. There was absolutely nowhere else to go. It was just a solid chamber of ice. But the most confusing and alarming part was that Thomas was not there. The space was completely empty. They looked around, thinking maybe he was hiding behind a crevasse or a ridge of ice that they could not see. They called out his name, but there was no response. The only sound was the wind and the rushing water. As they stood there, looking closer at the area, they noticed something sitting on the ground. Right at the base of the massive ice cliff was Thomas's metal water pot. It was just sitting there, completely upright, but Thomas was nowhere to be found. At this point, they began to feel a deep sense of panic. They started walking toward the water pot, yelling Thomas's name louder and louder, hoping he would call back. They got about 3/4 of the way to the ice wall when suddenly one of the students stopped and yelled for everyone to freeze. They all stopped dead in their tracks and looked down at where the student was pointing. And that is when they realized the horrifying truth of what had happened to Thomas. They immediately turned around, running as fast as they could, back through their campsite, down the trail, and back toward the base of the glacier where the instructors were. They were absolutely terrified, panting for breath, and when they finally found the instructors, they gasped out what they had seen. The instructors were horrified. They immediately dropped what they were doing and ran up the trail, pushing themselves to reach the campsite as quickly as possible. When they got close to the ice wall, they had to be extremely careful because they knew how incredibly dangerous the area was. They got as close as they safely could, looked at the spot, and realized with absolute dread that there was nothing they could do to help Thomas on their own. They immediately called the police, and before long, a massive search and rescue operation was underway on top of the glacier. The investigators reconstructed what they believed had happened to Thomas. He had left his campsite with his water pot and walked around the corner out of sight. He heard the sound of water and went to find the stream. He found a small, slow-moving glacier stream and began trying to fill his pot. But because the stream was barely flowing, it was taking a very long time. As he stood there waiting, he would have heard a much louder, more powerful sound of rushing water coming from the massive ice wall in front of him. There was water pouring rapidly down the face of the ice cliff. Thomas, wanting to get the job done quickly, walked over to the base of the cliff to hold his pot directly under the rushing water. But the problem was, the base of that ice wall was incredibly slick and dangerous. Right where the water was pouring down, there was a massive hidden hazard. It was something called a moulin. A moulin is a circular, vertical shaft that is carved directly into the glacier by water runoff. Over years and years, as surface water melts, it trickles down through cracks in the ice, slowly eroding a hole that can go hundreds of feet deep into the dark, freezing heart of the glacier. Because the ice around the mouth of a moulin is constantly wet and smooth, it is slicker than glass. As soon as Thomas stepped up to the ice wall to catch the water, his boots would have lost all traction. He would have slipped and slid straight into the dark, gaping hole of the... When the rescue teams arrived, they gathered around the edge of the hole. They yelled down into the darkness, hoping to hear Thomas's voice, but there was only silence. One of the officers, who was particularly thin, volunteered to go down. He put on a thick, protective dry suit, secured himself into a heavy harness, and the team began lowering him head first into the freezing black hole. The inside of a moulin is a terrifying place. It starts out somewhat wide at the top, but as you go deeper, the walls begin to close in, getting tighter and tighter until they come to a narrow point. The officer hoped that even if he could not reach Thomas, he might at least be able to see him with his flashlight. But as he went down, the cold became unbearable, and the wet ice walls pressed in on him. At a depth of 100 feet, the hole became so incredibly narrow that he literally could not squeeze any further. He turned on his light and looked down into the abyss, but the hole just kept going, disappearing into absolute darkness. There was no sign of Thomas. The team pulled the officer back up to the surface. Next, they decided to try using technology. They brought out a long industrial fiber optic cable with a high-resolution camera attached to the end. They slowly began lowering the camera down into the tight ice shaft. They watched the monitor as the camera descended. It passed the 50-foot mark, then the 100-foot mark, and kept going. It went deeper and deeper into the glacier, past 200 feet, until they literally ran out of cable. At 250 feet down, the camera could go no further, and the feed showed that the hole just kept going, plunging into infinity. There was absolutely no sign of Thomas. It was a heartbreaking realization. The rescue team knew that Thomas had fallen at least 250 feet, and it was virtually impossible for anyone to survive a fall of that distance down a jagged, freezing ice tube. Even if he had somehow survived the initial fall, the reality was even more horrifying. The water runoff from the ice wall was constantly pouring directly into the moulin, acting like a giant drain. Thomas would have been wedged tightly deep inside the ice, and the freezing water would have rapidly pooled around him, eventually going over his head. He would have drowned in the absolute darkness of the glacier. With heavy hearts, the rescue teams realized there was nothing more they could do. They called off the search, and unfortunately, Thomas's body was never recovered. He remains there to this day, frozen deep inside the Alaskan glacier. The tragedy was a devastating blow to his family, who had watched him leave for his grand adventure with so much hope and excitement, only to realize he would never return. The news of the accident sent shockwaves through the local town of Palmer, Alaska, which served as the main staging ground for many of these mountaineering expeditions. People in the area knew how dangerous the glaciers could be, but the suddenness of Thomas's disappearance was particularly hard to swallow. The school that organized the trip was hit with questions about why such young, inexperienced hikers were allowed to wander off without direct adult supervision, even if it was meant as a reward for their hard work. The investigators went over the maps and the group's files, trying to see if there was any way the instructors could have predicted the presence of the Moulin. But the reality was that moulins are notoriously unpredictable hazards. They can easily be covered by a thin, fragile layer of snow called a snow bridge. This bridge looks completely solid to the untrained eye, but it will instantly collapse under the weight of a human being. The local sheriff explained to the media that on a glacier, everything is constantly moving, shifting, and melting, making it a dynamic and ever-changing landscape of hidden hazards. The family of Thomas Nazaro was left with a lingering, hollow grief, knowing that the very ice that had drawn Thomas to Alaska had ultimately claimed his life, keeping him in its cold embrace forever. Our second story takes us to the city of Leicester in England back in the year 1998. There was a very successful and busy commercial bread company there known as Fresha Bakery. The factory was a massive industrial facility that operated around the clock, producing thousands upon thousands of loaves of bread, rolls, and various other baked goods to supply grocery stores and supermarkets all over the region. It was a high-volume, high-speed environment where machines ran constantly and the noise of conveyor belts and heavy machinery filled the air. But behind the scenes, there was a major underlying issue that the employees were all too familiar with. The upper management team at Fresha Bakery was absolutely obsessed with profits. To them, every single second of production time was directly tied to the company's bottom line. They hated whenever a machine had to be stopped for maintenance because to them, a stopped machine meant lost money. Because of this relentless focus on the company's finances, the management team had a reputation for cutting corners whenever and wherever they could. They regularly ignored standard safety protocols, delayed necessary repairs, and pushed their workers to keep the production lines moving at all costs. It was a workplace culture where speed was valued far above safety, and the employees simply had to deal with the dangerous conditions if they wanted to keep their jobs. In May of 1998, one of the bakery's primary industrial ovens developed a relatively minor mechanical issue. One of the large metal cogs inside the oven's complex drive system had somehow worked its way loose and fallen off its shaft. The cog was not broken. It had simply slipped off and was now sitting on the floor of the oven. All that needed to be done was for someone to go inside the oven, locate the cog, pick it up, and slide it back onto its proper place on the shaft. It was a simple repair that would take a professional mechanic only a few minutes to complete. But the problem was, this was not a normal kitchen oven. To understand why this was such a massive headache for the managers, you have to picture what this industrial oven actually looked like. This was a colossal, custom-built tunnel oven that was about 80 feet long. It was essentially a long, enclosed metal tunnel made of thick steel and heavy insulation. Inside this tunnel, a heavy metal conveyor belt ran continuously from the entrance all the way to the exit on the other side. The conveyor belt was designed to carry the bread dough through the intense heat of the oven. Workers would place the unbaked dough onto the conveyor belt at one end, and the belt would slowly carry it through the 80-foot tunnel. By the time the belt reached the far exit, the bread would be perfectly baked and ready for packaging. It was a highly efficient system, but it was also incredibly dangerous if proper procedures were not followed. Whenever a repair or maintenance was needed inside one of these massive tunnel ovens, there was a very strict, non-negotiable safety protocol that was supposed to be followed. First, the gas burners that heated the oven had to be completely shut off. Then, the entire electrical system for the conveyor belt had to be completely turned off and locked out, meaning a safety lock was placed on the power switch so that no one could accidentally turn the machine back on while someone was inside. After the entire system was completely shut down, the oven had to sit idle for a minimum of 24 hours. This was because the massive steel structure and the heavy metal conveyor belt retained an immense amount of heat, and it took a full day for the interior of the tunnel to cool down to a temperature that was safe for a human being to enter. Only after this 24-hour cooling period had passed would a certified professional mechanic be allowed to climb inside and perform the repair. But the managers of Fresha Bakery looked at this safety procedure and saw nothing but lost profit. They did not want to wait 24 hours for the oven to cool down, and they did not want to pay the expensive fee for an outside professional mechanic to come in. Every single hour that this massive bread-making machine was turned off and not producing bread, the company lost approximately $1,500 in lost sales. The managers calculated that a 24-hour shutdown would cost them tens of thousands of dollars, and they simply refused to accept that loss. They decided that they would find a way to perform the repair themselves, and they wanted to do it without completely shutting down the machine. They huddled together in their offices and came up with a highly creative but incredibly dangerous plan. They realized that while they could not leave the main burners blasting at full temperature, they could turn the heat burners down to their lowest setting while allowing the heavy conveyor belt to keep rotating through the tunnel. They figured that if they could get a worker inside the oven while the conveyor belt was moving, the worker could make the repair quickly without them having to shut down the entire operation. But how could a person stand inside an oven with a massive heavy conveyor belt constantly moving around them? The managers looked closely at the design of the oven. Even though the massive machine sat flush against the concrete floor, there was a removable metal side panel near the base of the oven. If they removed this panel, a person could crawl flat on their stomach underneath the main body of the oven. Directly above their head would be the lower run of the conveyor belt. The managers realized that the conveyor belt was made of separate, modular metal sections that were linked together. They figured that if they physically removed a couple of these metal sections, it would create a noticeable, empty gap in the conveyor belt. As the belt rotated, this empty gap would cycle through the 80-foot tunnel. The plan was for a worker to crawl underneath the oven through the side panel. When the empty gap in the conveyor belt rotated around and positioned itself directly over the worker could stand up into the gap. They would be hunched over with the moving conveyor belt surrounding them, but they would be standing in the empty space of the gap. The worker would then slowly walk forward inside the oven, staying perfectly in step with the speed of the moving gap. Once they reached the center of the oven where the fallen cog was sitting on the floor, they could bend down, pick it up, put it back on the shaft, and then continue walking forward inside the gap until they reached the far exit of the oven. At that point, they could crawl out of another side panel and be completely done. The managers were incredibly proud of this plan. They truly believed it was a brilliant shortcut that would save the company a massive amount of money. They walked out onto the factory floor and began looking for workers who would be willing to volunteer for the job. Because they knew the job was highly unusual and carried some risk, they offered to pay extra money to anyone who would agree to do it. Eventually, two men stepped forward. They were 44-year-old Ian Erickson and 47-year-old David Mays. Both men were hardworking, dedicated employees who had been with the company for a while, and they both could really use the extra money. The managers explained the plan to them, and they agreed to do the job the following evening. This would give the oven some time to cool down after the burners were turned down. That night, David Mays went out to a local pub to have a few drinks with some of his close friends. As they sat together, the conversation turned to work, and David mentioned the unusual job he had volunteered for the next day. He admitted to his friends that he was feeling pretty nervous about it. The idea of crawling inside a massive, semi-operational industrial oven made him feel incredibly uneasy. He joked about how tight the space was and how hot it might be. But he shrugged off his fears, telling his friends that the extra pay was just too good to pass up, and he trusted that the management team had worked out all the safety details. The following morning at 9 o'clock, the burners on the oven were turned all the way down. The plan was to let the massive metal tunnel sit with the cooling fans blowing for the entire day, so that by the evening, the interior would be cool enough for Ian and David to go inside. But when Ian and David arrived for their shift later that afternoon, they realized they had a conflict. There was a major soccer game scheduled for that night, and both men were massive fans of the sport. They really did not want to miss the match. They approached their manager and asked if it would be possible to perform the repair a few hours earlier than planned. They figured that if they could get in and out quickly, they could finish their shift and get home in time to watch the kickoff. The manager walked over to the oven to assess the situation. He stood at one of the entrances and reached his hand inside. There were large cooling fans blowing air through the tunnel, and because the burners had been turned down for several hours, the air right at the entrance felt relatively cool to the touch. The manager did not check the digital temperature gauge on the control panel. He simply withdrew his hand, shrugged, and told the men that it felt fine to him. He gave them the green light to go ahead and start the job right away, hours ahead of schedule. The workers quickly got to work. They removed a few sections of the heavy conveyor belt to create the necessary gap. Ian was handed a small two-way radio so he could stay in constant contact with the team outside, and then the two men opened the side panel and crawled into the dark space underneath the oven. They lay on their backs, watching the underside of the heavy conveyor belt slowly crawl by above them. They waited patiently for the empty gap they had created to rotate around to their position. When the gap finally appeared directly above them, Ian and David stood up into the empty space. They had to hunch their shoulders and keep their heads down because the clearance inside the tunnel was extremely tight. They began their slow, synchronized walk into the dark, narrow metal tunnel of the oven. At first, everything seemed to be going smoothly. But about 5 minutes into the journey, the two-way radio on the manager's belt crackled to life. It was Ian. His voice sounded a bit strained as he told the manager that it was getting really hot inside the tunnel. The manager grabbed his radio and told Ian not to worry. He said that it was bound to be a little warm in there because the oven had been running all morning, but he assured him that it was nothing that could hurt him and told them to keep moving forward. But just a few seconds later, Ian's voice blasted through the radio again. This time, there was absolute sheer panic in his voice. He was screaming that it was not just warm. He said it was incredibly, unbearably hot, and they were in serious trouble. The manager finally realized that something was terribly wrong. He ran over to the control panel to look at the digital temperature gauge, which unbelievably, absolutely no one had bothered to check before sending the men inside. When the manager looked at the display, his heart sank. The temperature in the center of the 80-foot oven was reading over 200 degrees Fahrenheit. This was hot enough to boil water, and Ian and David were standing right in the absolute middle of it. The situation was a complete and total nightmare. There was physically no way for the two men to escape. The industrial conveyor belt was mechanically designed to only move in one direction. It could not be reversed. Furthermore, the belt moved at an agonizingly slow pace. It took a full 17 minutes for a single section of the belt to travel from the entrance to the exit. This meant that Ian and David could not speed up. They were entirely trapped inside the small moving gap, forced to walk at a snail's pace directly into the absolute hottest section of the oven. They could not crawl over the top of the belt or slide underneath it because the clearance was only a few inches, and if they tried, they would immediately be sucked into the heavy steel gears and crushed to death. For 10 agonizing minutes, Ian and David slowly made their way through the blistering heat, screaming out in pure terror and agony. They begged for help, their voices echoing off the metal walls of the oven. Outside, the bakery workers were in a state of complete chaos. They knew the men were burning alive inside, but they were entirely powerless to stop it. Someone suggested hitting the emergency stop button, but they quickly realized that would be a fatal mistake. The heat inside the oven was not actively being produced by burners. It was residual heat stored in the massive steel plates of the machine. If they hit the emergency stop button, the conveyor belt would grind to a halt, trapping Ian and David completely still in the absolute hottest spot of the tunnel, sealing their doom instantly. The only hope was to let the belt keep moving while they tried to tear the oven apart from the outside. Workers grabbed crowbars, wrenches, and hammers, frantically smashing and dismantling the heavy side panels of the oven, trying to find a way to cut through the thick insulation and pull the men out. But the metal was too thick, and the tools were not enough. By the time they finally managed to pry open a large section near the exit, it was too late. The conveyor belt completed its agonizing 17-minute cycle. Ian was pulled out of the exit of the oven, but he was already deceased. He had suffered horrific, fatal burns. David had collapsed somewhere in the middle of the tunnel, unable to withstand the blistering heat, and his body had been pulled under the heavy machinery and crushed. The tragedy sent shockwaves through the community. An intensive investigation was launched, and the absolute negligence of the bakery's management was laid bare. It was revealed that they had systematically bypassed basic safety regulations for years, putting profits above the lives of their workers. The trial that followed the deaths of Ian Erickson and David Mays was one of the most highly publicized workplace safety cases in the history of Leicester. The health and safety executive launched a meticulous investigation, interviewing every single worker who was on shift that day. It was revealed that the managers had not only ignored the temperature gauges, but they had actively pressured other workers in the past to perform similar dangerous shortcuts. During the court hearings, the defense tried to argue that the men had volunteered and had requested to go in early, but the prosecution argued that the company had a non-delegable duty of care to protect its employees from their own choices and from corporate pressure. The judge was visibly angry as he read the sentencing, stating that the company had treated human lives as mere numbers on a balance sheet. The bakery was ordered to pay massive fines, and the managers faced intense public scrutiny and professional ruin. But for the families of Ian and David, the court's decision was a small consolation. They had to live with the knowledge that a simple, cheap repair that should have cost a few $100s and some patience had instead cost 2 men their lives. For our final story today, we are going to look at a profession that most people have never even heard of, but it is easily one of the most dangerous, claustrophobic, and terrifying jobs in the entire world. It is called saturation diving, or simply sat diving. To understand the story of Richard Walker and Victor Gill, you first have to understand the incredible, almost alien environment that these divers work in, and the extreme physics that govern their everyday lives. Most people think of diving as a relatively simple activity. You put on a wetsuit, strap a cylinder of compressed air to your back, jump into the water, and swim around. But the human body is not designed to handle the immense weight and pressure of the deep ocean. When you swim down into deep water, the pressure increases dramatically. For every 33 feet you descend, the pressure increases by a full atmosphere. When you are breathing compressed air at those extreme depths, the physics of your body change. The air you breathe is a mixture of different gases, usually oxygen, nitrogen, and sometimes helium. Your body uses up the oxygen to keep you alive, but the other gases, known as inert gases, do not get used up. Instead, under the immense pressure of the deep water, these inert gases are forced directly into your tissues and your bloodstream. They dissolve into your blood and they stay there. As long as you remain down at that extreme depth, those dissolved gases do not cause any physical issues. You can swim around and breathe normally. But the problem arises when you start to make your way back up to the surface. As you ascend, the water pressure around you decreases. If you rise too quickly, those dissolved gases in your blood will suddenly expand, forming tiny bubbles inside your veins, your arteries, and your joints. It is the exact same physical reaction that happens when you take a warm bottle of soda, shake it up, and then suddenly twist the cap off. The sudden release of pressure causes the dissolved gas to violently fizz up and expand. If that happens inside a human being's bloodstream, it is incredibly painful. The bubbles block blood flow, damage tissues, and in many cases, it is completely fatal. This condition is known as decompression sickness, but in the diving world, it is simply called the bends. To protect themselves from getting the bends, deep-sea divers have to perform what are called decompression stops on their way back up to the surface. This means they have to stop at specific depths for hours or even days to allow the inert gases to slowly and safely diffuse out of their bloodstream and leave their body through their breath. The deeper you go, the more decompression stops you have to do, and the longer they take. For example, if a diver were to descend to a depth of several hundred feet for just an hour of work, they would have to spend days slowly rising back to the surface just to avoid dying from the bend. For major oil and gas companies operating in the deep ocean, this was a massive logistical and financial problem. They needed divers to go down to the seabed to perform construction, maintenance, and repairs on massive underwater structures and pipeline. But they could not afford to have a diver spend days decompressing after every single hour of work. So they developed a highly specialized, highly efficient, but incredibly intense system called saturation diving. Under this system, instead of decompressing after every dive, the divers are kept in a continuous state of pressure for their entire shift, which usually lasts about a month. The way this works is by housing the divers inside a specialized pressure chamber on board a support ship or an oil rig. This chamber is essentially a small, incredibly cramped steel tube that looks like a miniature submarine. Once the divers enter the chamber, the heavy steel doors are sealed, and the air pressure inside is pumped up until it perfectly matches the intense pressure of the deep ocean floor where they will be working. The divers will live, eat, sleep, and use a tiny bathroom inside this pressurized tube for weeks at a time. They are completely saturated with the inert gases, and they cannot leave the chamber under any circumstances. If they were to step outside, the sudden drop in pressure would kill them instantly. When it is time for the divers to go to work, they do not swim down from the surface. Instead, there is a secondary pressurized capsule called a dive bell that connects directly to the side of their living chamber. The divers crawl through a small hatch into the dive bell, seal the hatch behind them, and then a massive crane on the deck of the ship lifts the dive bell, moves it over the side of the vessel, and lowers it deep into the water all the way down to the seabed. Because the air pressure inside the dive bell is identical to the water pressure outside, they can open a large hatch on the bottom of the bell, and the water does not rush inside. It is just like turning a drinking glass upside down and pushing it into a sink of water. The air pocket remains perfectly intact. The divers can then slide through the opening, perform their work in the freezing, pitch-black water, and when they are finished, crawl back into the bell, seal the hatch, and be lifted back up to their ship where they slide back into their living quarters. While this system is incredibly efficient for oil companies, it is a living nightmare for the divers. Below 700 feet, the sun's light cannot reach, meaning they are working in absolute ink-black darkness. The water temperature is near freezing, so their dive suits have to have hot water constantly pumped into them through a thick tube connected to the dive bell. If that hot water system fails, hypothermia will set in within minutes and they will freeze to death. The divers also have to deal with intense psychological strain. The water is often thick with sediment, making their flashlights almost useless. They can only see a few inches in front of their faces. Many SAT divers report that they will be working in the dark when suddenly they feel the water around them shift violently. They know a massive sea creature has just swam right past them, but they cannot see it. Other times, large fish will swim directly up to the diver, pressing against them. It feels like the fish are being affectionate, but the terrifying reality is that those fish are trying to use the diver's body as a shield to hide from a much larger predator that is lurking just outside the dim beam of the flashlight, watching them. But as terrifying as those things are, there is one scenario that every single saturation diver fears more than anything else. It is called a lost bell. On August 7th, 1979, a young saturation diver named Richard Walker was sitting inside a pressure chamber on board a support ship in the middle of the North Sea. Richard was 26 years old, and he had been in saturation for the past 10 days. He was exhausted, claustrophobic, and deeply missed his wife and his 15-month-old daughter. He just wanted the job to be over so he could go home. That evening, right before he was scheduled to go down for his shift, Richard opened up his personal journal and wrote a simple, heartbreaking entry. He wrote, "Dear God, I just want to get out." Shortly after writing those words, Richard and his diving partner, Victor Gill, put on their heavy diving helmets, suited up, and crawled into the dive bell. The bell was sealed, detached from the main chamber, and moved over the side of the ship. But right before they lowered the bell into the water, one of the deckhands noticed that the electronic location transponder on the outside of the bell had become loose. This transponder was a critical safety device that constantly beamed the bell's exact coordinates up to the ship so they would always know where it was. Rather than delaying the dive to fix the bracket, the crew made a fateful decision. They simply unscrewed the transponder, tossed it aside, and decided to proceed with the dive anyway. They lowered the dive bell into the cold, choppy waters of the North Sea, dropping it down to their working depth of 485 feet. Once they reached the bottom, they opened the bottom hatch, and the two men began taking turns going out into the dark water to perform maintenance on a massive underwater structure. A few hours into the shift, at around 2:45 in the morning, Richard was the one working outside the bell. Suddenly, he heard a strange, deep, metallic grinding sound. He spun around and saw that the heavy dive bell had tilted slightly on its side. Immediately, the radio in his helmet crackled to life. The surface crew told him that there was an emergency and that he needed to get back inside the dive bell immediately because they were going to try to pull them up. Richard quickly scrambled back inside the bell and sealed the hatch. As he and Victor sat there in the tight space, they listened to the radio as the surface crew explained the situation. The main steel cable that was used to hoist the dive bell back to the ship had somehow slipped out of its winch. The only thing keeping the dive bell from falling to the very bottom of the ocean was the umbilical. The umbilical was a thick bundle of hoses and wires that provided the bell with electricity, hot water, breathing gas, and communications. But the problem was, the umbilical was never designed to hold the immense weight of the dive bell. The crew on the ship realized they had no other options, so they decided to try to slowly reel the bell up using the umbilical. But the moment they started to pull, the tension was too much. With a violent snap, the umbilical severed completely. The radio went dead, the lights inside the bell flickered out, and Richard and Victor felt a sickening sensation of weightlessness as the dive bell plummeted 50 feet down, crashing violently onto the muddy seafloor. Now, normally, a dive bell has a built-in safety feature to handle this exact situation. There is a massive heavy weight called a clump weight attached to the bottom of the bell. In an emergency, the divers inside can manually release this weight, which makes the bell buoyant, allowing it to float all the way back up to the surface on its own. But the company that operated this vessel had cut corners to save money. They had removed the clump weight and instead bolted heavy metal weights directly onto the sides of the bell itself. Because of this, when the bell crashed onto the sea floor, it landed flat on its base. The bottom hatch, which was their only escape route, was pressed firmly into the thick mud of the seabed. They could not get out. They were completely trapped inside a dark, freezing steel sphere at the bottom of the ocean. With the umbilical cut, they had no communication with the surface, no electricity, no heat, and a very limited supply of emergency oxygen. The temperature inside the bell began to plummet rapidly, approaching freezing. Less than 30 minutes after the accident, another diving support ship arrived in the area and offered to assist with the rescue. But because they were not prepared for an emergency of this scale, it took nearly 3 hours for them to prepare their equipment and get rescue divers into the water. And then, the true consequence of the crew's earlier decision became clear. Because they had removed the location transponder from the bell before the dive, the rescue divers had absolutely no idea where the bell was on the seabed. They were searching blindly in the pitch-black water. Finally, after an hour of frantic searching, a rescue diver spotted the bulk of the dive bell. It was 7 o'clock in the morning. The rescue diver swam up to the small, thick glass porthole of the bell and shined his flashlight inside. To his immense relief, he saw Richard and Victor. They were shivering violently, but they looked directly at him and gave him a clear thumbs-up sign, indicating they were still okay and ready to be rescued. The diver communicated this back to the surface. Up on the ship, everyone let out a massive sigh of relief. The crew actually called Richard's wife and told her that there had been an accident, but that her husband had been found and was completely fine and would be back on the surface very soon. But the relief was short-lived. The sea above was incredibly rough, and the rescue ship was struggling to maintain its position directly over the dive bell. It kept drifting in these strong currents. For the next 2 hours, the rescue divers fought desperately against the current, trying to thread a new steel retrieval cable through the top handle of the bell. But the conditions were terrible, and progress was agonizingly slow. Every few minutes, a diver would swim over to the porthole to check on Richard and Victor. Each time, the scene inside became more desperate. The two men were no longer giving thumbs up. They looked absolutely terrified. They were hugging themselves, shivering uncontrollably as hypothermia began to shut down their bodies, and they were breathing heavily as the carbon dioxide levels inside the bell began to rise. Finally, at 9 o'clock in the morning, 6 hours after the bell had first dropped, the rescue divers successfully threaded the new cable. Before giving the signal to hoist, a diver shined his light through the window one more time. He saw Richard and Victor sitting together, their heads buried in their hands. They were still alive, but they looked completely drained of hope. The rescue divers signaled the ship to start pulling them up. The crane began to lift, tensioning the cable. But as the heavy bell was lifted off the seabed, the intense tension caused the new cable to snap with a dull underwater thud. The bell crashed right back down to the bottom. Up on the surface, a heavy silence fell over the crew. They knew that time was rapidly running out. The rescue divers had to start all over again. They descended back to the seabed, but because the bell had shifted during the fall, it took them a long time just to locate it again. When they finally did, they shined the light back through the window. Richard and Victor were still alive, but they were no longer looking at the window. They were not waiting for help anymore. They were just sitting there, staring blankly at the floor. It was a haunting sight. It was clear to the divers that the two men had realized they were not going to make it out alive. They were spending their final moments making peace with their fate. Over the next several hours, the rescue divers worked desperately in the freezing dark to attach another cable. Each time they checked through the glass, the two men had slumped lower and lower in their seats. Eventually, they were both lying motionless on their sides. Finally, late in the afternoon, a secure connection was made, and the bell was successfully hoisted all the way back up to the deck of the ship. But when the crew rushed forward and opened the heavy hatch, it was too late. Both Richard Walker and Victor Gill had passed away from hypothermia and lack of oxygen. The loss of the Wildrake dive bell, which was the name of the vessel involved in the tragedy, completely revolutionized deep-sea safety. The diving community was absolutely outraged by the level of corner cutting that had occurred on board the ship. It led to the implementation of strict international laws that made it illegal for any commercial dive bell to operate without a dual redundant transponder system and a mandatory detachable clump weight. The physical bell itself was eventually salvaged and examined, and the technical reports confirmed that the lack of proper emergency equipment was the direct cause of the men's inability to escape. Richard's widow, who had been promised that her husband was safe and coming home, was left to raise their young daughter alone, carrying the heavy burden of that final tragic diary entry. The deep, dark waters of the North Sea remain a silent graveyard for many who push the boundaries of human endurance. But the memory of Richard and Victor's last hours serves as a stark, haunting reminder of the cost of corporate greed. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya.
Pelican Valley is this really remote part of Yellowstone National Park out in Wyoming. When you look at pictures of it, you see these wide, meandering meadows, creeks cutting through the grass, and just this incredible 360-degree view of the mountains all around you. It honestly looks like the perfect place to set up a tent and just camp out under the stars. But it's not like the other parts of the park. To stay overnight in Pelican Valley, you have to get a special permit. And before the park rangers at Yellowstone will even consider giving you that permit, they sit you down and they make it very clear that Pelican Valley is a very dangerous place. They have a rule, or at least a very strong suggestion, that you should only go out there in groups of at least 4 people. It's just not a place you go alone. On the 28th of July 1984, a young woman named Brigida Fredenhagen arrived at Yellowstone. She was 25 years old, and she was there with her brother, Andreas, and her sister-in-law, Junko. The first night, they did what most visitors do. They stayed in one of the big established campgrounds called Grant Village. The next day, they were tourists. They went out to see one of the park's most famous hot springs, the Norris Geyser. That afternoon, after seeing the sights, they made a stop at the park ranger's office. This stop was for Brigida. Her plan was to spend the next night camping by herself in Pelican Valley. So she needed to apply for that special permit. When the 3 of them walked into the office, the rangers on duty initially thought they were all applying for a permit together. And since they were a group of 3, close enough to the recommended 4, the rangers weren't asking too many questions. They were just starting to go through the routine paperwork. But then Brigida spoke up and corrected them. She said, "No, it's just going to be me applying for a permit." And as soon as she said that, the whole vibe in the room changed. The rangers immediately stopped what they were doing and tried to talk her out of it. They told her, this is a really bad idea. Nobody goes into Pelican Valley on their own. But Brigida was calm and assured them she was an experienced camper. She told them she understood the risks involved, she'd done her research, and she still wanted to go by herself. Her brother Andreas and his wife Junko, who were standing right behind her, they backed her up. They chimed in and told the rangers, no, she's really good. She knows what she's doing. The park rangers were clearly not happy with this plan. You could tell they thought it was a huge mistake. But ultimately, they couldn't force her not to go. If she understood the risks and still wanted the permit, she was entitled to it. So they decided, you know what, if she wants to go, she can go. But they did take one final precaution. They asked her to show them on a map exactly where she intended to set up her camp. That way, if they needed to, they could come and check on her and make sure she was okay. So Brigitida leaned over the map and pointed to a specific section. The rangers noted it down, handed her the permit, and that was that. She, along with Andreas and Junko, left the office and headed back to their campsite for the night. The next morning, the three of them got up early. They packed up their things, got in their car, and drove to the Pelican Valley trailhead. After they parked, they all got out and began walking into Pelican Valley together as a group. This was part of the plan. They walked for a few miles deep into the valley. Then, as they had arranged, the group stopped. Andreas told Brigitida that this was as far as they were going. They were going to head back to the car now, and they would meet her right back here at the trailhead tomorrow. They said their goodbyes, and then Andreas and Junko turned around and started the long walk back to the car. Brigitida watched them for a moment, then turned and carried on, deeper into the wilderness, all by herself. The following day, Andreas and Junko arrived at the trailhead at the agreed-upon time to meet Brigitida. They waited. An hour went by. Then another. She didn't show up. After a couple of hours of waiting with no sign of her, they started to get very concerned. So, they found a phone and called the park rangers. They asked them, have you seen Brigitida? The rangers said, no, we haven't, but we'll go take a look for her. The area Brigitida had pointed to on the map was inside a densely forested area, but it was right next to a large open meadow. This meant that as the park rangers approached her supposed campsite, they wouldn't actually be able to see it, or her, until they were practically right on top of it. So the rangers made their way across the big meadow and pushed into the edge of the forest. They started yelling out her name, Brigitida, but the only sound that came back was the wind in the trees. She didn't yell back. After a few minutes of searching and calling her name, they reached the exact area where she had said she was going to camp. And sure enough, there was her tent. But as they got closer, they could see it was a very odd scene. When they walked up to the tent, they immediately noticed a big vertical tear in one of the nylon walls. They cautiously poked their heads down to look inside. Everything was surprisingly neat. All of her belongings inside the tent were undisturbed. There was a foam sleeping mat laid out right in the middle. To the right of the mat was a flashlight that had been turned off. On the left side of the pad was a tape player with headphones. She must have been listening to it before she went to sleep. The play button was still down, but the batteries had run out. At the foot of the sleeping pad was her backpack. Inside of it, all of her clothes had been neatly packed inside of individual Ziploc bags. This is a common trick experienced campers use to mask their scent from animals. Also in the pack was a wilderness survival guide, and it was open to a specific page that was flipped down. The page showed a diagram of how to properly string your food up into the trees so that no animals can get to it. The rangers started looking around the outside of the tent. About 2 meters away from the back of the tent, they found her sleeping bag. It was laid out perfectly flat on the ground, almost like it had been put there to dry in the sun. But when they looked at it more closely, they found 2 small puncture marks in the fabric. One was up near the neck area of the bag, and the other was lower down near the torso. But there was no blood on the bag. Not a single drop. At this point, the rangers were starting to think this could have been some kind of animal attack, but they were really confused by how tidy and orderly the whole scene was. Typically, when a wild animal attacks a person or a campsite, it looks like a bomb went off. Tents are shredded, gear is scattered everywhere. It's a scene of total chaos. And this campsite was the complete opposite. It was very, very neat. As the rangers continued to walk around the campsite, looking for any other clues and still yelling out for Brigitida, they found something else. A couple of meters away from where the sleeping bag was laying, they saw a faint trail in the dirt and pine needles. It was a barely discernible drag trail, leading west from the camp into the forest and up a small hill. So, the rangers started following this trail. They got about 20 meters away from the camp when they discovered Brigitida's cooler lying on the ground on its side. Whatever food had been inside of it was now gone. There was some string lying on the ground next to it, so it looked like she had followed the instructions in her book and strung the cooler up in the trees, but something had managed to get it down. From the cooler, the Rangers continued walking along this faint drag trail. They went another 20 meters or so up the hill. That's when they found a woman's sweater on the ground. It had been torn up, and this time there was blood on it. At this point, the Rangers knew this was bad. They unslung their rifles and held them at the ready. They kept walking, following the trail another 40 meters up and over the hill, and then down into a small clearing in the woods. And it was there that they found Brigittida, or what was left of her. No one knows for sure exactly what happened to Brigittida that night, but based on all the physical evidence they found, investigators were able to piece together a very clear and disturbing theory. After setting up her campsite, Brigittida had climbed inside of her tent. She got into her sleeping bag, and then she put her headphones on to listen to some music before falling asleep. Sometime later that night, a large male grizzly bear discovered Brigittida's cooler, which she had strung up in the trees about 20 meters away from her tent. And apparently, despite her best efforts, Brigittida just did not string it high enough. The bear was able to reach up, claw at it, and pull it down. After the bear ate all the food that was inside of the cooler, it was still hungry. So it began looking around the area for more to eat. It's believed that this particular bear was so accustomed to human traffic in this part of the park that when he stumbled across Brigittida's tent, he wasn't scared or cautious. In fact, he likely associated the tent with a source of food. So this bear quietly lumbered over to the side of the tent. It reached up with one of its massive paws and cut a slice right through the nylon wall. Then, it put its head inside and bit down on Brigittida's skull and began dragging her and her sleeping bag out of the tent and away from the camp. There was no sign of a struggle either inside or near the tent. This indicates that Brigittida was most likely fast asleep when the attack began. Or maybe she just couldn't hear the bear approaching because she still had her headphones in, listening to her music. She was dragged 80 meters by her skull to that clearing, where she was consumed. An attack like this is exactly the reason why Pelican Valley is considered so dangerous. It's because the area is full of grizzly bears. And even though grizzly attacks on humans are incredibly rare, most people don't understand just how horrific they are when they do occur. Grizzly bears don't really try to kill their prey before they eat them. Instead, they focus on just pinning them down, getting them under their immense body weight so they can't go anywhere. At which point, they can eat them at a leisurely pace. Some experts say grizzlies actually prefer to eat their prey while they're still living, which is why so often in grizzly attacks, you see the arms and legs eaten first, and then the head and torso. It's a method that keeps the victim alive just a little bit longer. Unfortunately, there was so little left of Brigittida that investigators couldn't pinpoint an exact time of death. However, because this bear broke normal grizzly behavior and intentionally targeted a human for food, there's a good chance he savored that meal. On the 28th of April 2000, a 24-year-old named Yuri Lipsky was standing in front of a cafe in Dahab, Egypt. He was looking out over the Red Sea. He had traveled all the way to the Sinai Peninsula from his home in Moscow for one very specific reason. He wanted to film himself swimming through an underwater feature called the Arch. But at that moment, it was looking like that probably wasn't going to happen. The Arch is an 85-foot-long underwater tunnel. It connects a massive sinkhole right on the shoreline called the Blue Hole to the open water of the Red Sea. To get to the Arch, you have to enter the Blue Hole directly from the shore and descend straight down 181 feet. At that depth, you'll reach the top of the tunnel on the northeast side of the sinkhole. But there's a catch. If on your descent you happen to miss the ceiling of this arch, which is apparently pretty easy to do in the deep, dark water, you run the risk of going too deep. Now, going too deep doesn't mean you're going to miss the tunnel altogether. The Arch is a huge opening. It starts at 181 feet, but its bottom goes all the way down to 393 feet. The real risk of going too deep has to do with how your body responds to the type of gas you're breathing under pressure. For those who aren't familiar with diving, there are generally two types of dives. There's recreational diving, where you breathe the same compressed air that you breathe on the surface. They literally just pump regular air into scuba tanks. With that, the recommended maximum depth you should ever go is 130 feet. Then there is technical diving. This is where you breathe a special mixture of gases, typically a mix of helium, nitrogen, and oxygen, that allows you to go safely below 130 feet. This type of diving is exponentially more dangerous and requires all sorts of additional training and specialized equipment. Because the minimum depth you need to reach just to get to the top of the arch is 181 feet, that puts the dive firmly in the technical diving range. This means you should absolutely be diving with a mixed gas and have special training and equipment. But year after year, people try to dive down to the arch and swim through it on regular air. And year after year, people die doing it. When your body absorbs too much nitrogen under pressure, you can get something called nitrogen narcosis. It's a lot like being drunk. Your judgment gets cloudy, you get confused. In extreme cases, divers who get this have been known to do irrational things, like remove their mouthpiece and try to breathe the water, believing they are actually on the surface. Below 130 feet, your body absorbs nitrogen much, much faster. And regular air is a whopping 78% nitrogen. So the risk of getting nitrogen narcosis is exponentially higher if you're breathing regular air at those depths. Also, oxygen itself can become toxic the deeper you go. It can lead to sudden blackouts and convulsions. If you don't have another diver there to literally physically pull you up into a shallower part of the water column, you won't recover from it and die. Regular air contains 21% oxygen, which is a lot of oxygen for a deep dive. So, if you're diving regular air below 130 feet, you are at a massively increased risk of developing oxygen toxicity. Now, to be clear, it is technically possible on regular air to dive down to 181 feet, make it through the arch, and come out the other side and be just fine. But you're realistically pushing the absolute boundary of what a human body can get away with on regular air. If you go below 200 feet, you're probably dead. So, if you're attempting to swim through the arch on regular air, you need to be paying extremely close attention to your depth gauge as you descend so that you don't miss the arch and accidentally drift down below 181 feet to the very deadly depths of 200 feet and beyond. So, earlier in the day, Yuri had gone down to the edge of the blue hole, and he had found one of the diving instructors that taught there. His name was TK Omar. Yuri asked him if he'd be willing to take him down to the arch to help him film himself going through it. TK said yes, he could, but he would need to train Yuri for 2 full weeks before he would be considered qualified to do that dive. And he would need a special equipment setup with a special gas mixture. Yuri was disappointed. He told TK, "Well, I'm leaving in 2 days to head back to Moscow, so I need to do this dive now. Is there any way you can do it today? Or tomorrow even?" And TK was firm. "No," he said, "that's not how this works." And TK understood this better than almost anyone else. Because in addition to teaching diving at the blue hole, TK's other job was to dive down to the bottom and retrieve the dead bodies of inexperienced or overconfident divers who attempted the archway and didn't make it. Although there is no official body count of how many people have died inside of the blue hole, locals believe it's as high as 200 people in just the last decade. After TK was unwilling to take him without properly training him and outfitting him with the right equipment, Yuri thanked him and went on to a couple of other diving instructors with the same request. "Will you take me in the next couple of days?" And they all said the same thing. "No, we need to train you and you need special equipment." And so finally, after no one was willing to bend the rules for him, Yuri just left. Later that day, the owners of the cafes that overlooked the blue hole remember seeing a young man who was by himself walk to the edge of the water. He put on all of his scuba gear. He put on a helmet and then strapped a big camera to the top of it, ratcheting it down tight. And then after he had all his gear on, he jumped into the blue hole and disappeared beneath the surface. That man was Yuri. A few days later, Yuri's family back home in Moscow realized he didn't get off the flight he was supposed to be on. They reported him missing. Word got back to Dahab, and TK Omar was contacted to go down into the blue hole and see if Yuri was down there. TK geared up, hopped in the blue hole, and descended to the bottom. And sure enough, lying face down on the sandy floor was Yuri. When they brought Yuri to the surface, they made a startling discovery. His camera had been running the whole time. He had actually filmed his own final moments. Yuri's final video exists online, so you can watch it for yourself, but here is a description of what happens. After situating the camera on his head just the way he wanted it, he hit the record button and then jumped into the water. It was later determined that Yuri was breathing regular compressed air out of his tanks. The camera submerges under the water, and you can see Yuri begin to sink very quickly into the darkness of the blue hole. But his breathing seems normal and he's not thrashing around, so it appears to be a controlled descent, at least at first. But at some point, you can hear Yuri trying to activate his buoyancy compensator. It's basically an inflatable life jacket that's part of your gear. You can add or release air into it to control your buoyancy, to hover, or in an emergency, you can fully inflate it to stop yourself from sinking and rise to the surface. But he's trying to use it to slow down his descent, and you can hear the air just escaping his compensator. There's a leak. He can't slow himself down. Now, Yuri was wearing a weight belt, which is very common in diving. And any certified diver knows that there is a quick release function on your weight belt. It's specifically for emergency situations like an uncontrolled descent. You can jettison your weight belt in one motion and you'll immediately start ascending to the surface. But Yuri was panicking. He was fixated on his buoyancy compensator that was failing. He was desperately trying to activate it, and so he completely forgot about his weight belt. And then he rockets past the entrance to the arch. He goes below 181 feet. He goes below 200 feet. And he goes all the way to the bottom, where he hits the floor at 392 feet. And then he begins to slide. The bottom of the blue hole is actually at an angle, and it slopes down towards the opening of the archway. If you slipped out of the blue hole at that depth, it was a sheer drop-off for thousands of feet into the abyss. And you can see on the camera, Yuri rolls over and he's desperately clawing into the mud and sand to stop himself from sliding out of the blue hole to certain death. He's trying to get himself to stop. And finally, he manages to anchor himself in the dirt. For a second, it's calm. He's kind of looking around. It's very clear he's confused, disoriented, and then everything goes still. It's believed that at this point, he either removed his mouthpiece because of the severe nitrogen narcosis, thinking he could breathe, or he was dealing with oxygen toxicity and he simply blacked out and the mouthpiece fell out of his mouth. But either way, he drowned. On the 25th of April 2003, a man named Aaron Ralston took a trip to Utah. His plan was to spend some time exploring the vast and rugged Canyonlands National Park. He slept in his truck that night, and the next morning, at about 9:15 a.m., he got up. It was a beautiful Saturday morning. He hopped on his bike, and he biked for 15 miles to get to the entrance of a place called Blue John Canyon. The canyon was an 11-mile-long gorge that, at certain places, was as narrow as 3 feet across. It was a classic slot canyon. So Aaron locked up his bike and began walking into this narrow canyon. About 6 hours later, at 2:45 in the afternoon, Aaron was at a section of the gorge that was getting really, really narrow. Below him, it was about a 100-foot drop down to the desert floor. He was planning to walk with 1 foot on each wall, kind of like Spider-Man, to get his way through this tight section of the canyon. But as he began that maneuver, a huge 800-pound boulder that was wedged above him became dislodged. It came tumbling down right towards him. He barely managed to get out of the way, but it landed directly on his right arm, pinning it against the canyon wall. He couldn't move. He was suspended 100 feet off the ground, and he was 20 miles away from the nearest paved road. Immediately, he tried to pull his hand free. He tried to push the rock off, but it wasn't going anywhere. It was solid. And that's when the horrifying reality of his situation dawned on him. He hadn't told anybody that he was going to be in this specific canyon today. Not a single person in the world knew where he was. He was so far away from anyone who could help him. And he didn't have a cell phone. He didn't have a satellite radio. He had no way to communicate with anyone who could potentially help him. Now, the position he was in wasn't him just dangling by his arm 100 feet off the ground. He was able to shift his body and position himself against the rock walls where he wasn't dangling. He was able to sit down fairly comfortably, besides the fact that his arm was being crushed. And he was even able to use the rock that had pinned him there as a sort of table or something to lean up against. After he calmed down a little bit, after a few minutes of pure panic, he reached back with his free arm and he pulled his backpack out in front of him. He started taking inventory of what he had. And it was not much. All he had was 12 ounces of water, which is just a single small water bottle. He had 2 burritos and a few candy bar crumbs at the bottom of a wrapper. That was all the food and water he had. In terms of tools, all he had was one of those crummy, cheap multi-tools. And it did have a little knife blade that extended off the end. Almost immediately, he took that multi-tool and he began chipping away at the massive boulder to try to see if he could maybe crack it, break off a piece, and push it off. But he found out very quickly that it was completely futile. The rock was not moving. It was an enormous boulder. It wasn't going anywhere. He could not possibly break it with this crappy little multi-tool. As the sun began to set on that first day, Aaron started thinking really seriously about trying to cut his arm off. But again, all he had was this multi-tool and its crappy little dull knife. And he was thinking, there's no way I can cut through my own arm. There's bone in there. I can't possibly saw through the bone with this thing. And so, very disheartened, he put his multi-tool away. He began to carefully nurse his tiny supply of water and slowly eat his food. He just thought, maybe some miracle will happen. Maybe over the next couple of days, someone will be hiking nearby within earshot. I can yell to them and they can come get me. Or maybe someone will see me from above when they're hiking on the rim of the canyon. I can just wait it out. But by the 5th day, he had run out of water completely. He was becoming delirious. He was actually drinking his own urine at this point just to stay alive. He fully expected that he was going to die overnight. And so, with his multi-tool, he began to etch his name into the rock wall next to him. And then underneath it, he etched the date he expected to die, which was the next day. After that, he put his multi-tool down. He did have a small camera with a limited amount of battery left. He pulled that out, and selfie style, he filmed goodbye messages to his family. He said his name was Aaron Ralston and that his parents were in Englewood, Colorado. He asked whoever might find the camera to please make an attempt to get it to them. After he was done filming, he put the camera away and he leaned up against the rock and he fully expected to die. But as he drifted off, he started to have this really intense, vivid dream. In the dream, he saw himself playing with a small child and he was missing his right arm. And he took this as a sign that he was supposed to chop his arm off, get out of there alive, and go start a family. And so he woke up from this dream, and suddenly, all he wanted to do was survive. He looked at his arm, which was already starting to decompose at this point, and he thought to himself, I know I can't cut through bone, but what if I'm able to break my arm, a clean break? Maybe then I can take this blade and cut through the break in the bone. And so, he began testing the idea. He used the sharp edge of the rock as a fulcrum to see if he'd be able to break his arm using the torque of pushing it over the edge. And when he started to sense that it was possible, he took a deep breath and then he broke his arm. He then took his multi-tool and over the next hour, he would painstakingly saw through his entire arm, the skin, the muscle, the tendons, the nerves. Once his arm was finally free, he couldn't believe it. He actually smiled when he looked back and saw his severed arm still pinned underneath the rock because of his sheer will to live at this point. And running high on adrenaline, he climbed the 65 feet out of this canyon with his one remaining arm. He got to the trail at the top and he ran for 6 miles until he happened to run into a group of hikers. They gave him food and water, and they were totally alarmed by his condition, but they were happy to help him. They called 911, and medics arrived and they saved Aaron's life. Following Aaron Ralston's incredible rescue, park rangers went back to the canyon to retrieve his arm. But in order to move that boulder, they had to bring out 13 park rangers, a hydraulic jack, a winch, and all this other heavy equipment. And even with all that, they were barely able to move it. And they later told Aaron, "Had you still been in place, there's no way we could have placed the equipment to move the rock without killing you in the process." So basically, he had to cut his arm off in order to get out of there. There was no other way out. And for Aaron, I'm sure that felt pretty good to hear, to know that he had made the absolute right, though brutal, decision. They took his arm, and they had it cremated, and they gave the ashes to Aaron. And Aaron, after having his cremated arm for a couple of days, decided, no, I need to put this where it belongs. And so Aaron went back out to the canyon where he had been trapped, and he scattered his own ashes over the boulder that had nearly killed him. In 2010, Aaron's ordeal was turned into a huge blockbuster movie called 127 Hours, where the actor James Franco plays Aaron Ralston. And it's an incredible movie, even though it's pretty hard to watch. Aaron Ralston himself has said that the movie, although it's a drama, is pretty much a documentary, because James Franco did an incredible job of portraying his emotions and what it was actually like to be trapped underneath that boulder for 5 days. On the evening of the 28th of October 2006, in a Florida city called Port Richey, a 37-year-old woman named Marika Weber walked in the front door of her home and called out a greeting to her mom. Her mom didn't call back, but Marika could hear her in the kitchen, moving around, making dinner. And so Marika walked over to say hello. But she only got about 2 feet into the family's very cramped and cluttered living room when one of their many cats came bombing into the room and nearly knocked Marika over as it ran past her. The cat ran up to the side of the wall and just stopped and stared intently at the baseboard like there was something there. Marika was totally annoyed by this cat. As she looked over at it, she knew exactly what it was doing. Lately, Marika had noticed that there were clearly rats in her family's home. She could hear them scurrying around in the ceilings and inside the walls all the time. And one of their cats was now clearly hunting one of these rats. This whole situation totally stressed Marika out. She'd actually recently begun taking anti-anxiety and antidepressant medication, largely because of this rat infestation and really just the fact that Marika hated living at her parents' home. But she didn't really have the financial means to go out and live in her own place, which she knew would solve the problem. And so she was just kind of stuck there. So Marika turned away from the cat and the rat that was likely behind the wall, and she made her way through the tight little living room into the kitchen. She gave her mom a quick hug, and she saw her dad was also in the room as well, and he said hello to her. Marika's mom offered her some food, but Marika said, "You know what? I'm not hungry. Thank you. I'm just tired. I'm going to go to bed." And so Marika again gave her mom a hug. She said goodnight to her dad, and then she turned, walked up the stairs, and made her way to her bedroom. She went inside and shut the door. The next morning, Marika's parents got up and they began making breakfast and getting ready for the day. But Marika did not come downstairs. The parents just assumed she must have left early for her job. Marika was a secretary at a waste disposal company. And so the parents just had their breakfast and they too went out for their jobs. And then in the evening, when the parents were back home, Marika did not come home at the time she normally would after work. But the parents were not actually that concerned right then. They figured, okay, well, maybe she left early this morning, and so she came home from work early, and we just kind of missed her on both ends. And that's why the door to her bedroom is shut. She's just come home early, and she's in there, and she wants to be left alone. After all, she was a 37-year-old woman. She probably wanted her space. But later that night, when the parents still had not even heard their daughter moving around up there, the mother went upstairs and knocked on Marika's bedroom door. But there was no answer. And so finally, Marika's mom opened the door. The room was totally empty. Now, at this point, the parents did start to get concerned. They were thinking, okay, well, we didn't see her this morning, we haven't seen her now, we don't know where she is. But again, their daughter was 37 years old. And if she wanted to go do something out of the house by herself and not tell anyone, she was kind of entitled to do that. And so the parents ultimately decided, that they would just let this go for now and that in the morning they were sure they would see her. But the next morning, the parents still had not heard from Marika. She had not come home. And now they were officially starting to panic. In particular, the mother was worried that Marika might have been kidnapped or something, maybe going to or coming back from work. Because Marika was only 5'3" tall and maybe 100 pounds. She was really small. So Marika's mom called her other daughter, Gina, in a total panic, saying, your sister, she's missing. We don't know where she is. She might have gotten kidnapped. Come over and help us figure out what's going on. So Gina came over to the house. And when she came inside, she told her parents, let's just stay calm here. Marika is 37. I'm sure she's fine. Let's search the house and see if there's a note or something from Marika explaining where she is and what she's doing. So the family searched the whole house, starting with Marika's room. But they couldn't find anything that gave them any clues about what had happened to Marika. But they did eventually find Marika's purse, and it was still in her room. And when they opened it up, they saw her wallet was still inside. And so that sent up a huge red flag for the family. They were thinking, why would Marika go anywhere for an extended period of time without her wallet? That made no sense. And so at this point, the family did call the police, and they reported Marika missing. But the police got nowhere on the case. And so on November 9th, 12 days after Marika had said goodnight to her parents, gone up to her room, and then vanished, the family was at a total loss for what to do. But Gina, Marika's sister, had begun to think to herself, hey, it's possible that Marika, who was not doing well mentally, she was very unhappy, she was totally stressed out about this rat infestation, which really just highlighted the fact that she was stuck at home with her parents at 37 years old. Gina was thinking that it was totally possible that Marika had just abruptly run away. Or worse, maybe she had harmed herself. So on November 9th, Gina decided she would take one more pass through the family home and just see if she could find any little indication that would give away what was going through Marika's mind before she vanished. And where Gina started was in Marika's room. So Gina went upstairs, down the hall, she opened up her sister's bedroom door, and she walked inside. And you have to picture this space. It was totally cluttered, almost like a hoarder's space. There were piles of clothes that were taller than a person. I mean, this room was totally packed with stuff. But Gina took her time kind of walking through the room, looking everywhere, sifting through all the piles of junk and clothes and everything else in the room, and she couldn't find anything. But then at some point, her attention was drawn to her sister's bookshelf. And she looked over at it, and she thought she saw something odd, right in the middle of the shelf, down low. Now, Gina had a flashlight with her, and even though the light was on in the room, she still lifted up the flashlight and turned it on and shined it at this thing in the middle of the bookcase. And when she saw what it was, she screamed. Based on Gina's discovery, here is what happened to Marika Weber on the 28th of October 2006, the night she disappeared. That night, Marika had come home. She saw her mom and dad in the kitchen. She was offered food. She turned it down and said, "I'm tired. I'm going to bed." She went upstairs. She went into her room, closed the door, and sat down on her bed. Then Marika grabbed a pill bottle that was next to her bed, which contained morphine and codeine, two very powerful painkillers. She popped a few of those, and then she rolled a marijuana joint and smoked that. And then she grabbed the TV remote and sat back on her bed, getting ready to zone out. But when she tried to turn on the TV, which was sitting on this bureau on the other side of the room, it didn't turn on. And right away, Marika knew that the TV had likely become unplugged. This was something that happened periodically. The room was so packed with stuff that sometimes when Marika was just navigating through her room, the stuff would bump into the bureau, and that would in turn jostle the plug loose from the wall socket. But the TV was actually not plugged in right behind where this bureau was. The TV was sitting on the bureau, but the plug ran down and kind of to the side of the bureau behind this huge bookshelf that was pressed right up against it. But this bookshelf was so loaded down with books and things that Marika had collected over the years that not only could you not really reach through the bookcase to the wall, but it was too heavy. you couldn't move the bookcase. And so the only way to access this plug from the TV was to climb on top of the bureau where the TV was and kind of reach back and down and grab the plug behind the bookcase and plug it back in. And so Marika, who was likely beginning to feel the effects of all the drugs she had taken, climbed on top of this bureau. And she reached back behind this 6-foot-tall bookcase, and she began trying to grab the plug, but it was just out of her reach. And so she leaned farther and farther and farther until she finally grabbed the plug. But just as she managed to plug it back into the wall, she slipped forward and fell headfirst into this tiny, narrow space between the back of the bookshelf and the wall. And she got pinned there, upside down. Now, we don't know why Marika didn't begin calling out for help immediately. Perhaps she was so under the influence of the drugs that she couldn't really process the situation and didn't know what she should do. Or maybe she was just embarrassed about the fact that she had somehow gotten herself trapped upside down behind her own bookcase. But either way, she didn't call out for help right away. And unfortunately, what happens when a human body is trapped upside down for long enough is all the blood rushes to the upper part of your body. The pressure builds, it causes your eyes eventually to pop out of your head. It feels like your head is going to explode. But the real problem is, all that blood pools around your lungs and restricts them, and it makes it really, really hard to breathe. And critically, if you can't take a big breath in, you can't project your voice loud enough to call out for help. And so, Marika did not call out for help during those first critical few moments she was trapped behind the bookcase. And then, when she realized she absolutely couldn't move, she no longer had the lung capacity to call out for help. And so, likely for 1 or maybe even 2 days, Marika remained trapped upside down behind this bookshelf. She was likely aware of her family coming in and out of her bedroom looking for her, but she was not able to vocalize. She could not get their attention. And so eventually, she died. Marika's family would later say that when they were looking for Marika in her bedroom while she was dying behind the bookcase, they did hear sounds. But they said the sounds were just like the rats that were running all over their house. And so they didn't know it was actually likely Marika moving around behind the bookcase, trying desperately to get their attention because she couldn't use her voice. And then after Marika died, her family did continue to go back into her room to look for her, and they began to smell something funny, which was Marika decomposing. But the family didn't know that, and they chalked it up to the fact that the room was really messy, and again, there were rats in the house. This was not a clean space. And so they just thought, okay, the smell can't be anything serious. It wasn't until November 9th when Marika's sister Gina was back in Marika's bedroom, and she looked over at the bookcase, and she saw something strange. What she saw was her sister's foot sticking out from behind the bookcase. Gina couldn't really process it at first, so she got her flashlight out, she shined it on the foot, and when she scanned from the foot down into the darkness, she realized it was her sister. On the morning of the 25th of June 2007, a 28-year-old man named Mike Barnett woke up to the sound of pounding rain on the roof of his home, which was located in Hull, a city in northern England. Mike groaned as he rolled out of bed. It had been raining like this for the past month, and he and the rest of the people in Hull were just totally over it. But another reason he groaned is he knew that he would have to go to his job at a tropical fish store, even though he was not scheduled to work that day. There was a street right behind the tropical fish store that always, without fail, completely flooded out whenever it rained hard. All this debris would get washed down the street and clog up the drain. And the owner of the tropical fish store, Mike's boss, who was an elderly guy, he would always go out and try to clear the debris himself. And Mike just knew that his boss really needed help with it. And today, with this storm, he knew his boss would be out there. And so he just felt like it was his responsibility to go in and help him clear out the debris. So Mike got dressed, he had some breakfast, and then as quietly as he could, he slipped out the front door. Mike was careful not to make too much noise because he didn't want to wake his dad, who he lived with. Mike and his dad had always been very close, but after the recent death of Mike's mother, he and his father had become even closer. They actually really enjoyed living together. But Mike also knew that his dad was very protective of him and would very likely not like the idea of Mike going out in this horrible storm to go try to clear debris in a flooded out street. It just sounded too dangerous. And Mike just didn't want to have that argument right now. And so he was able to slip out without waking up his dad. Mike hopped in his car and he drove to the fish store. And as soon as he got there, he hopped out. He went around to the backside of the shop, and sure enough, the entire street out back was totally flooded. Clearly, debris had blocked the drainage system again. Now, Mike's boss was not out there yet. Mike could see him inside the shop, kind of going about his morning routine. And so Mike, without even going inside to say hello, just began wading into the water to start clearing the debris. The drain that was clogged by all this debris was located just off to the side of the sidewalk. It was down in a culvert. And so Mike very carefully walked off that sidewalk into this very cold, muddy water, and he began moving in the direction of where he knew the drain was. And so as he's walking, the water is down to his ankles, then it's up to his knees. But he gets closer and closer to where he knows this drainage grate is, down in this culvert. And suddenly, Mike began feeling this unbelievable suction at his feet that began pulling him basically straight down. Mike tried to move, but his feet felt like they were anchored to the ground. And then before he knew what was happening, he began getting pulled forward towards the drain, and then down he went. And as he went all the way down up to his neck in the water, he felt this unbelievable searing pain in his thigh. Mike didn't know it, but his leg had been sucked through the drainage grate that was all blocked up. There were still some small holes in it. And so his leg had gone through one of those holes, and the force of the water had pulled him all the way up to the top of his thigh and brutally snapped his leg in the process. And so Mike is in blinding pain from his leg being shattered and run through this grate. And he's literally up to his neck in this frigid water. And the wind's blowing and it's raining and the dirty water is splashing in his mouth. And so Mike begins to panic and he's trying to pull himself out, but he can't. And then he begins screaming for help. At that moment, the owner of the fish store, who was still inside, looked out the window and he saw Mike flailing around in the water. And instinctively, the owner could tell just from the panicked look on Mike's face that whatever was happening to him was a serious emergency. And so the owner just picked up the phone and called the police. And after telling them what was happening, the owner ran out to Mike. When the first police officers arrived on the scene, Mike was still in the water up to his neck, and the shop owner was right there next to him trying to help. And the police officers, they assessed the situation in front of them, and they thought, okay, clearly this guy Mike is trapped in the water. This is serious, but we can probably just pull him out. That's the obvious solution here. And so the two officers walked up to Mike. They waded through the water and got on either side of him, kind of pushing the shop owner out of the way. And then the two officers grabbed Mike's shoulders. These are strong police officers. And they began pulling on Mike with all their strength. And as soon as they did, Mike let out this unbelievably loud scream of just pure agony. In fact, his scream was so guttural and full of pain that the two officers instinctively let go, kind of startled by it. And very quickly, these officers realized this situation was far worse than it appeared. Because not only was this guy totally stuck and he couldn't be moved, but, they're looking around and the rain is still coming down hard and it's clear the water is still slowly rising. And because Mike's own body was now situated over the grate, he himself was causing even more of a blockage, which was increasing how fast the street was flooding. This meant the officers knew they had to get Mike out as soon as possible or he was going to drown. But over the next several hours, more police officers, firefighters, EMTs, even Good Samaritans, everybody showed up on the scene. And there were so many attempts to get Mike out of the water. They ranged from trying to cut the grate, but the water was too muddy, so nobody could see through it to get a good position. And the force of the water was so strong that nobody could get the bolt cutters to clamp onto the actual grate. And then at one point, they even tied a winch around Mike and tried to pull him out with a Land Rover, but every single intervention failed. The rushing water that was pinning Mike to this grate was so strong, and Mike's pain in his shattered leg was so high, it made it nearly impossible to move him at all. And so finally, at the 4-hour mark that Mike had been trapped in this water, a decision was made amongst all the first responders. They were going to have to amputate his leg. So the police called a doctor who was willing to come to the scene and perform the leg amputation right there in the floodwater. And as all this was being arranged, Mike could sense something was up. He could tell it was not going well. And he began frantically asking the police and all the first responders, "When are you going to get me out of here? When are you going to get me out of here?" And they just kept telling him, "Soon, soon, Mike. Just hold on. It's going to be okay." Meanwhile, the owner of the shop at this point had called Mike's dad to tell him what was going on. And so as all these people were waiting for this doctor to show up to cut Mike's leg off, Mike's father arrived at the scene. He basically barreled through the crowd and started screaming, "I'll get my son out of here." But as soon as he saw his son, he was totally taken aback. Mike was up to his chin in water. There was a diver in the water behind him now, holding him up, just barely keeping his head above the rising flood. Mike's face was totally pale, and his eyes were completely unfocused. And he had this weird blank expression, like he wasn't even there anymore. And then a second later, a whole wall of police came running up to Mike's dad to stop him from getting any closer. And they told Mike's father that they were doing everything they could to try to get his son out. And for now, they told him, he just needed to go home. And so even though Mike's dad did not want to abandon his son, he could tell with all these police standing there in front of him, there was no way he was going to be able to get to his son. And so he turned around and headed back home without even getting to speak to Mike. And then when Mike's dad got home, he turned on the news. And the news was showing live coverage of his son trapped in that grate. And just a couple of minutes later, Mike's dad would watch his own son die live on the news. By the time that doctor arrived with the special saw to cut off Mike's leg, it was already too late. Mike had passed away from hypothermia. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. A girl walks into the forest and realizes that something is watching her. Another woman is lying on the bed, waiting for death until something attacks her first. What happens next in both of these stories should not happen. These are two true cases that sound like nightmares, but they actually happened. Let's start with the first story. In June of 2019, an 18-year-old girl named Bella had just wrapped up her very first year of college. This was a massive milestone for her, as it is for any young person. You spend your entire life living under your parents' roof, following their rules, and staying within the comfortable boundaries of your hometown. Then, suddenly, you are thrown into this completely new environment with thousands of strangers, difficult classes, and a level of independence you have never experienced before. Bella had worked incredibly hard during her freshman year, studying late into the night, preparing for exams, and trying to find her place in this new, fast-paced academic world. By the time the summer break finally arrived, she was absolutely exhausted, both mentally and physically. She was desperate for a break, and more than anything, she was incredibly excited to return to her quiet, peaceful hometown. Her hometown was not a bustling city or a typical suburb. It was a very small, quiet village nestled deep in the mountains of France. This village was the kind of place where time seemed to have stopped a century ago. It was incredibly quaint, with old stone buildings, narrow cobblestone streets, a small bakery, and a very slow, peaceful pace of life. But the most defining feature of this village was its geography. It was completely surrounded on all sides by a massive, dense forest. This forest did not just sit near the village, it felt like it was actively swallowing it. The trees grew thick and tall, running right up to the edges of the roads and the backyards of the houses. For most people, a forest that vast and thick might feel a bit intimidating or even claustrophobic. But for Bella, who had lived there her entire life, this forest was her backyard. It was her playground, her escape, and her favorite place to be. Ever since she was a little girl, Bella had spent countless hours exploring those woods. It was a normal thing for the local kids to do. They would go on hikes, climb trees, and build forts in the brush. But Bella had one very specific place in that forest that she loved more than anywhere else in the world. It was a man-made lake that sat deep within the wilderness. To get to this lake, you could not just walk out of your back door and find a paved path. You had to know exactly where you were going because the route was complicated and there were absolutely no signs, maps, or trail markers to help you. The layout of this journey is incredibly important to understand because every single detail of this route would play a major role in the terrifying events that were about to unfold. To get to this made lake, Bella would start by leaving her parents' house, getting into her car, and driving about 2 miles down the main winding road that led away from the village. This road cut through the mountains, with the thick tree line bordering the pavement on both sides. After driving exactly 2 miles, Bella would pull her car onto a small, unmarked dirt shoulder on the side of the road. To any passing driver, this shoulder looked like nothing. It just looked like a random spot where someone might pull over if they had a flat tire. There were no signs indicating a trail, no maps, and no indication that anything of interest lay beyond the tree line. But Bella knew the area. Once she parked her car, she would step out onto the dirt shoulder, lock her doors, and walk directly toward the wall of trees. Right at the edge of the forest, almost completely hidden by thick brush and low-hanging branches, was a tiny, faint trail. It was barely wide enough for one person, resembling a narrow goat path more than a hiking trail. Bella would step onto this path and immediately began walking due north, straight into the thickest part of the tree line. For the first few minutes, she would have to push her way through heavy branches and low foliage. The forest was incredibly quiet, with only the sounds of her own boots stepping on the dirt, dry leaves, and pine needles. But after walking for a short distance, the thick brush would suddenly give way, and she would find herself in a small, beautiful clearing. Running right through the middle of this clearing was a crystal-clear stream. The stream flowed from north to south, and right along its eastern bank was a slightly more defined dirt path. Bella would step onto this path next to the stream and begin her long journey north. She would walk along this stream for about an hour. It was a steady, peaceful hike. The water bubbled over the gray rocks to her left, and the tall canopy of the ancient pine trees blocked out most of the direct sunlight, keeping the air cool, damp, and smelling of pine. She knew every bend in the stream, every large boulder, and every fallen log. She had made this walk dozens of times throughout her childhood. After about an hour of hiking along this stream, the trail next to the water would make a sharp left turn. It veered away from the stream and headed deeper into the woods toward another part of the mountain. But Bella did not follow the trail to the left. Instead, she would step off the path and walk directly into the stream itself. For the final leg of her journey, she had to hop from stone to stone, walking directly in the shallow, cold water, continuing to follow the stream's path northward. This part of the hike took about 20 minutes of careful, slow movement to avoid slipping on the wet rocks. At the end of this 20-minute stretch of river walking, the small stream would finally empty into a much larger body of water. This was a wide, fast-flowing river that ran from east to west. Once Bella reached this large river, she would turn left and walk along its grassy bank for a short distance. And then, suddenly, the trees would open up completely, and she would find herself standing on the edge of the man-made lake. The lake was absolutely stunning. It was a massive, wide-open expanse of water surrounded on all sides by a thick, unbroken wall of green trees. Because it was so deep in the forest, and because the route to get there was so difficult, long, and completely unmarked, virtually nobody else ever came here. In all the years Bella had been visiting this lake, she had literally never run into another human being. It was her own private sanctuary. She could sit on the shore, listen to the wind rustling the leaves, and feel completely isolated from the worries of the world. All told, the journey to get to the lake took about 2 hours of solid, fast-paced hiking. And, of course, getting back to her car took another 2 hours. So, any trip to the lake was a major 4-hour commitment. But to Bella, it was always worth it. It was her favorite routine, and it was the very first thing she wanted to do now that she was back home from college. And so, on a beautiful, clear morning in June of 2019, Bella decided it was time to make the hike. The weather was perfect. The sky was a bright, pale blue, the sun was shining warmly, and the temperature was incredibly comfortable. She packed her backpack with a couple of bottles of water, a light snack, her wallet, and her phone. She told her parents she was heading out for a hike, which was a very normal thing for her to say, so they did not think twice about it. She got into her car, drove the 2 miles to the unmarked dirt shoulder, parked, and stepped into the cool, quiet forest. She found the tiny goat path, pushed through the initial brush, and soon reached the clearing with the stream. She stepped onto the path running next to the water and began her steady, comfortable hike. She was about an hour into the journey, walking along the bubbling stream, enjoying the quiet beauty of the woods, when she suddenly stopped dead in her tracks. She stood completely still, tilting her head to the side, trying to make sense of what she was hearing. The forest was normally filled with very predictable, natural sounds. She would hear the wind rustling the high canopy, the chirping of local birds, the occasional scurry of a small rodent in the dry leaves, and the constant soothing sound of the bubbling stream. But now, cutting through those familiar sounds was something completely foreign, artificial, and out of place. She heard the distinct, sharp sound of a bell ringing somewhere deep in the forest. It was not a soft, gentle sound like a wind chime dangling from a porch. It was a very crisp, metallic clang. It sounded like it was coming from somewhere far in front of her, deeper along the path she was currently traveling. The sound was incredibly abrupt, and it immediately made her feel a little uneasy. In all her years of exploring these woods, she had never heard anything like it. Bella stood there, holding her breath, listening closely. Her mind immediately began searching for a logical, rational explanation. She thought that maybe a local resident had lost their dog, and the dog was running through the woods wearing a collar with a small bell on it. It was a common thing for hunters or pet owners in rural areas to put bells on their animals so they would not lose track of them in the thick underbrush. But as she listened, she realized the sound was too heavy, too deep to be a small dog bell. This sounded like a much larger, sturdier iron bell. It had a deep, resonant clang to it. And then she thought of an even stranger explanation. She wondered if perhaps someone had ordered a bell online and the delivery package had somehow fallen off a truck on a mountain road higher up, rolled down the steep ravine, and landed in the stream she was walking next to. She imagined the water current pushing the box against the rocks, causing the bell inside to jingle. It was a bizarre, almost comical thought, but it was her brain's way of trying to make sense of something that felt completely wrong in her quiet, secret forest. As she stood there, the bell started ringing again. This time, it was not just a single ring. It was a constant, chaotic series of clangs. It was completely sporadic, with no rhythm, no pattern, and no consistency. It sounded like someone was holding a heavy bell and shaking it randomly as they moved through the trees. But Bella was a brave, independent 18-year-old, and she was in her home forest. She did not feel afraid yet. She was mostly just incredibly intrigued and curious. She decided that since she was already hiking in that direction anyway, she would just keep walking and see if she could find the source of the sound. She stepped forward and continued her hike along the stream. As she walked, the sporadic clanging of the bell continued to echo through the trees ahead of her. She estimated that she was about 20 minutes away from the point where she would reach the large east-to-west river. She kept her eyes focused on the path ahead, expecting to see a dog, a person, or perhaps even a lost cow wandering through the brush. But the problem was, about 5 minutes after she started walking again, the bell sound just suddenly stopped. It did not fade away slowly as if the source was moving further into the distance. It stopped instantly. 1 second, the chaotic metallic clanging was echoing through the trees, and the next second, there was absolute, dead silence. This sudden silence was actually far more unsettling to Bella than the ringing itself. When the bell was ringing, she could at least track its general location and assume it was some physical object moving naturally. But the abrupt silence felt incredibly deliberate. It felt as though whatever or whoever was making that sound had suddenly realized she was there, and had chosen to stop and listen just as she had. Bella stood frozen on the trail for a moment, her heart beating a little faster. She looked around at the thick trees, but she could see nothing but green leaves, thick trunks, and deep shadows. She tried to shake off the uneasy feeling. She told herself that she was being silly. It was broad daylight, she was in a beautiful forest, and she was very close to her favorite lake. There was no reason to be scared. She took a deep breath, adjusted her backpack straps, and continued walking. She hiked for another 5 minutes, getting closer to the end of the stream path. The silence in the forest remained heavy and unbroken. As she approached the area where the trail would soon turn left, and she would have to start stepping on the river stones, she noticed something lying on the ground directly in the middle of the path ahead of her. At first, she could not make out what it was. It looked like a dark, shapeless mass. She thought it might be a large rock that had fallen onto the trail, or perhaps a large branch that had snapped off a tree. But as she took a few more steps closer, she realized it was the body of an animal. She slowed her pace, her eyes wide as she examined the form. It was a beaver. The beaver was lying completely flat on the damp dirt trail, right in the center of the path where she had to walk. It was a very strange sight, as beavers in this area usually stayed very close to the water and were rarely seen lying dead in the middle of a hiking trail. But as Bella stepped even closer, she saw something that made her stomach turn. The beaver's head was completely gone. It had been cleanly, surgically severed from the body. Bella looked down at the neck of the animal, expecting to see a bloody, ragged mess. If a predator, like a wolf, a lynx, or a wild dog, had attacked the beaver, the wound would be torn, shredded, and violent. There would be bite marks, claw marks, and signs of a struggle. But there was none of that. The cut across the neck was incredibly clean, as if someone had used an extremely sharp knife, a saw, or a scalpel to slice right through the bone and tissue. Even stranger, there was absolutely no blood on the dirt around the body. The ground was dry and clean. The headless beaver was just lying there, dry and intact, except for its missing head. Bella stood over the carcass, a deep chill running down her spine. She nudged the body gently with the toe of her boot. The animal's limbs were still soft, limp, and loose. Rigor mortis, the natural stiffening of a body after death, had not set in yet. There was also absolutely no smell of decay. This meant the beaver had died very recently. In fact, it must have been killed only a short time before she arrived at this spot. At this point, all the pieces began to connect in her mind, and the picture they painted was terrifying. The strange, sporadic clanging of the bell. The sudden, abrupt silence. And now a freshly decapitated beaver lying directly in the middle of her path. She realized that the bell sound had stopped right around the time she was approaching this very area. It was highly likely that whoever had killed this beaver had been standing right here doing this horrific deed while she was walking toward them. When they heard her approaching, they must have stopped ringing the bell, cut the head off, and slipped into the thick trees to hide. The thought that some strange person was lurking in the bushes just yards away from her, holding a sharp knife and a severed beaver head, was absolutely horrifying. Bella felt an overwhelming urge to turn around and run back to her car. But then, she stopped herself. She took a few deep breaths and tried to force her logical, pragmatic mind to take over. She told herself that she was overthinking the situation. Perhaps another animal had indeed killed the beaver and somehow managed to pull the head off cleanly. Maybe the lack of blood was due to some natural post-mortem process she did not understand. Maybe the bell sound had nothing to do with this at all and was just a random coincidence. She did not want to let some strange, unexplained events ruin her first trip to the lake. She had walked for over an hour and she was only 15 minutes away from her sanctuary. She decided she would not let fear win. She stepped carefully around the headless beaver, avoiding making any contact with it. She walked to the edge of the stream, stepped onto the wet rocks, and began making her way toward the large east-to-west river. She reached the river, turned left, and soon emerged at the man-made lake. She spent a couple of hours at the lake trying to relax, but she could not fully shake the uneasy feeling. Every little rustle of the leaves, every crack of a branch in the distance made her jump. Still, nothing happened. The forest remained quiet, and she did not hear any more bells or see any people. Later that afternoon, she packed up her things and began the long hike back. She walked along the river, turned onto the stream path, and passed the headless beaver once again. It was still lying there, cold and undisturbed. She hiked the remaining hour back to her car, got in, and drove home. She did not tell her parents about the bell or the beaver because she did not want them to worry or forbid her from going to the lake in the future. Fast forward to about a week later, Bella had spent her time catching up with friends from high school, sleeping in, and enjoying her summer break. But by the end of the week, she began to feel restless. She wanted to go back to the lake. The memory of the terrifying hike had faded slightly, and she convinced herself that she had simply let her imagination run wild. It was a late afternoon when she made the decision to go. She looked at the clock, and it was already 5:30 p.m. Now, Bella knew the math of this hike very well. It took 2 hours to get to the lake and 2 hours to get back. That was a 4-hour round trip. Sunset that evening was scheduled for exactly 9 p.m. If she left her house right then, drove the 2 miles, and began hiking by 5:45 p.m., she would reach the lake around 7:45 p.m. She would only have a few minutes to look at the water before she would have to immediately turn around and hike back to ensure she reached her car by 9:45 p.m. This meant the final 45 minutes of her hike back would be in the twilight or near darkness. Normally, she would never start a hike this late, especially with the weather forecast predicting potential summer thunderstorms. But Bella was feeling stubborn and impulsive. She wanted to challenge herself. She decided she would simply hike at an incredibly fast pace, practically jogging, to shave off some time and beat the darkness. As she was heading out the door, her parents stopped her. They looked out the window at the darkening sky and expressed their concern. They told her it was getting late, the clouds looked heavy, and a storm was rolling in. They suggested she wait until the morning. But Bella smiled, waved them off, and told them she would be completely fine and would be back before they knew it. She drove to the dirt shoulder, parked her car, and stepped into the woods. Immediately, she noticed the forest felt different than it had a week ago. The sky above the canopy was thick with heavy, dark gray clouds. The wind was picking up, causing the branches of the tall trees to sway and creak loudly. The air felt heavy, cold, and damp, carrying the distinct scent of oncoming rain. But Bella was determined. She set off at a very fast pace, almost a light jog, keeping her eyes glued to the narrow path next to the stream. She was making excellent time. Within about 40 minutes, she was already deep into the woods, far past the halfway mark. As she pushed forward, she noticed the sky was growing darker much faster than she had anticipated. The thick storm clouds were blocking out the remaining sunlight, casting the entire forest into a deep, eerie twilight. Thunder began to rumble in the distance, a low, vibrating sound that shook the ground beneath her feet. Still, she kept going. She reached the area where she had seen the dead beaver a week prior. As she passed the spot, she glanced down and saw the carcass was still there, but it was now in a state of decay, looking shriveled, gray, and bloated. She quickly looked away and kept moving. Just as she was approaching the end of the stream path, near the point where she would have to step onto the river stones, the sky finally opened up. An absolute deluge of rain came pouring down. It was a massive summer thunderstorm. The rain was so heavy that it instantly drenched her clothes, dripping down her face and blurring her vision. Lightning flashed brightly through the trees, followed immediately by deafening cracks of thunder that seemed to explode right over her head. At this point, Bella was standing at the edge of the large east-to-west river, just 15 minutes away from the lake. She was shivering from the cold rain, and she could barely see more than a few feet in front of her. She looked at her watch. It was already past 8 p.m. She realized she had made a terrible mistake. The storm had made it virtually dark already. The rocks in the stream would be incredibly slick and dangerous to walk on, and the water level would surely begin to rise. If she pushed onto the lake, she would be adding another 30 minutes to her trip, forcing her to navigate the treacherous forest in complete pitch-black darkness during a violent storm. With a heavy heart and a growing sense of anxiety, Bella decided to turn back. She had to abandon her goal. She turned around and began her retreat. She walked as fast as she safely could, keeping her head down to shield her eyes from the driving rain. She kept her focus entirely on her feet, watching every step to ensure she did not slip on the muddy, wet trail or trip over the exposed tree roots. She had been walking back along the stream trail for about 10 minutes, completely focused on the ground, when her head suddenly collided with something. The impact was soft but solid, a strange, squishy sensation that caught her completely off guard. She let out a sharp gasp and stumbled backward, rubbing her forehead. She blinked away the rainwater and looked up to see what she had run into. Dangling from a low-hanging branch directly over the middle of the trail, right at her eye level, was the dead beaver. But it was not as she had left it on the ground. Someone had taken the decaying headless carcass from the dirt and used a thick cord to hang it from the tree branch. The animal was suspended in midair, swaying gently in the wind and rain. Its front paws had been pulled forward and tied together, positioned as if it were holding something. And resting on top of those tied paws, facing directly toward Bella, was the severed head of the beaver. It had been crudely, violently stitched onto the paws with thick black thread. The empty, dead eyes of the animal seemed to stare directly into Bella's soul. Bella let out a horrified shriek, her heart leaping into her throat. She stumbled back several steps, her breath coming in short, panicked gasps. She knew with absolute certainty that this had not been here when she walked past this spot 40 minutes ago. It was physically impossible for her to have missed a dangling dead beaver at eye level in the middle of the narrow path. This meant that while she was walking toward the river, someone had picked up the decaying carcass, climbed up, tied it to the branch, stitched the head to the paws, and positioned it specifically for her to run into on her way back. And that meant whoever did this was still out here. They were in the woods with her, right now, in the pitch black and the pouring rain. An overwhelming wave of primal terror washed over Bella. She realized she was in extreme danger. She had to get out of the forest immediately. She told herself to stay calm, to not panic, because if she lost her footing or got lost in the dark, she would be completely at the mercy of whoever was lurking in the shadows. She stepped off the trail, brushing past the wet ferns to get around the dangling carcass. Once she was past it, she began to walk at an incredibly fast pace. She did not want to run yet, because she feared she would trip and break her ankle. But as she pushed forward through the dark, she began to hear something over the sound of the wind and the rain. She heard the sound of footsteps behind her. They were heavy, fast steps crashing through the thick brush and snapping branches. The sounds were close, far too close. Bella felt the hairs on the back of her neck stand up. She wanted to turn around to see what was there, but she was too terrified of what she might see. She kept her eyes focused forward, picking up her pace to a fast jog. And then, she heard it. The bell. It started ringing again, right behind her. It was the same metallic, sporadic clanging she had heard a week ago. But now, it was not off in the distance. It was directly behind her, moving at the exact same pace as the heavy footsteps. Every time the footsteps crashed through the brush, the bell clanged violently. The realization hit her like a physical blow. Whoever was chasing her had the bell attached to them. They were hunting her. Bella could not control her fear any longer. She let out a scream and began to sprint as fast as she possibly could. She ran blindly through the darkness, her boots splashing through deep mud puddles and slipping on wet leaves. Branches slapped against her face and tore at her clothes, but she barely felt them. All she could hear was the pounding of her own heart, the roaring of the wind, and the relentless, terrifying clang of the bell right on her heels. She pulled her phone out of her pocket with trembling hands. She did not even try to dial the emergency number. She speed-dialed her father. Her phone screen glowed brightly in the dark. It rang once, twice, and then her father's voice came through the speaker. He asked if she was okay, noting how late it was and how bad the storm had gotten. Bella screamed into the phone, her voice cracking with pure terror. She told him that someone was chasing her, that she was running for her life, and that he had to come to the trailhead immediately. She was crying, sobbing, barely able to form coherent words as she ran. Her father's voice instantly changed from calm to absolute panic. He told her that he and her mother were leaving right now, that they would drive to the shoulder immediately, and that she should keep running and keep the phone line open. As Bella sprinted, she could hear her father screaming instructions through the phone, but she could also hear the bell behind her. The stalker was gaining on her. In a desperate attempt to deter her pursuer, Bella began to scream into the dark forest. She yelled that she had the police on the phone, that they were already at the road, and that they would shoot if the person did not stop. But the heavy footsteps and the erratic clanging of the bell did not slow down. If anything, the stalker seemed to run faster, driven by her screams. Meanwhile, miles away, Bella's parents scrambled out of their house and jumped into their car. They sped down the winding mountain road, the windshield wipers struggling to keep up with the torrential downpour. They kept the phone line active, listening to the agonizing sounds of their daughter running, crying, and screaming for her life, accompanied by the chilling, distant clang of a metallic bell. When they finally pulled up to the dark, unmarked shoulder of the road, they threw the car doors open and stepped out into the storm. They stood at the edge of the tree line, shouting Bella's name into the darkness. And as they listened, they could hear, echoing from deep within the forest, the faint, terrified screams of their daughter and the clear, rhythmic clanging of a bell. They realized she was still deep inside the woods, and they began to sprint down the narrow goat path to find her. But the problem was, Bella was reaching her physical limit. She had been sprinting through a muddy, uneven forest in a torrential storm for over 20 minutes. Her muscles were burning, her lungs felt like they were on fire, and her vision was swimming from exhaustion. She stumbled over a thick tree root and went crashing to the ground, scraping her hands and knees on the sharp rocks. She struggled to get back up, but her legs felt like lead. She had no energy left. She managed to drag herself onto a large boulder next to the stream and collapsed there, panting heavily, sobbing into the cold rain. And then the footsteps behind her stopped. The bell went completely silent. The sudden quiet was deafening. Bella lay on the cold rock, shivering, her phone still in her hand. Her father's voice was screaming through the speaker, telling her they were in the woods, they were coming, but his voice sounded so far away. Bella knew she had to look. She could not lie there and wait to be attacked from behind. She had to face whatever was hunting her. She slowly turned her body around, sitting up on the rock. She had stopped in a small clearing where the canopy of the trees was slightly thinner. For a brief moment, the heavy rain eased slightly, and the dark clouds parted just enough to let a sliver of pale moonlight filter down into the woods. Bella looked across the clearing, her eyes wide with terror. And there, standing at the edge of the tree line, just 20 feet away, was a figure. It was an unnaturally tall, incredibly thin person. They were dressed in dark, ragged clothing that seemed to cling to their skeletal frame. But the most terrifying thing was the way they were standing. The figure was completely still, staring directly at Bella. And then, it took a single, slow step forward into the clearing. As it moved, its body jerked in a strange, unnatural, herky-jerky motion. It was not a smooth human stride. It looked like a puppet being pulled by invisible strings. And as it took that step, a loud, sharp clang echoed through the clearing. Bella's eyes traveled down to the figure's waist. Tied tightly to its hip with a thick leather strap was a heavy, rusted metal bell. It looked exactly like an old cowbell. Every time the figure's hip jerked forward with that strange mechanical stride, the bell would swing and clang loudly. The figure stared at her, its face obscured by the shadows and the rain, but she could feel the intense, malevolent gaze fixed upon her. Seeing this creature, this person, standing so close, watching her with such cold, calculated malice, triggered a final desperate surge of adrenaline in Bella's body. She let out a piercing scream, scrambled off the rock, and began to run again. She did not look back. She did not care about the mud, the rocks, or the branches. She ran with the pure, unadulterated instinct of a prey animal escaping a predator. Behind her, the herky-jerky footsteps picked up, and the clanging of the bell became a frantic, chaotic storm of noise. The stalker was sprinting after her. Bella ran for another 5 agonizing minutes, her vision fading on the verge of collapsing. And then, suddenly, a bright flashlight beam cut through the darkness ahead of her. She heard her father's voice screaming her name. She burst through a thick patch of bushes and collided directly with her father, who caught her in his arms. She clung to him, sobbing hysterically, pointing back into the dark woods, gasping that something was right behind her. Her father shone his flashlight back down the path, but the light revealed nothing but empty trees and falling rain. The clanging of the bell had stopped the moment they emerged. Her father scooped Bella up in his arms and ran back toward the road, with her mother running closely behind them. They scrambled into their car, slammed the doors shut, locked them, and sped away from the forest as fast as the car would go. Bella was taken straight to the local police station. She was shivering, covered in mud, scratches, and bruises, and completely traumatized. She spent hours speaking with the officers, describing the bell, the decapitated beaver, the dangling carcass with the stitched head, and the terrifying, tall, thin figure that had chased her through the storm. The police took her report very seriously. The next morning, as soon as the sun came up, a large search team of officers and tracking dogs was sent into the forest. They searched the entire trail along the stream, all the way to the large river and the lake. But the storm had been incredibly violent, washing away almost all physical footprints and scents. When they reached the spot where Bella had seen the dangling beaver, they found nothing. The carcass was gone, and the cord that had been used to tie it to the branch had been cleanly cut and removed. They searched the area where Bella had dropped her backpack during her flight. The backpack was completely gone. The only piece of evidence the police found was located about halfway down the stream trail. Tucked neatly under a large flat rock next to the path was a brand new, clean black t-shirt. It had been folded with perfect military precision. It did not belong to Bella, and there was no logical explanation for why a pristine, folded t-shirt would be hidden under a rock in the middle of a dense, uninhabited mountain forest. The police concluded that Bella had likely crossed paths with a highly dangerous, mentally unstable transient or a local resident who was using the forest to commit bizarre acts of animal cruelty and terrorize hikers. They warned her and her family to stay away from the area, as they could not guarantee her safety. For Bella, the psychological scars of that night would never fully heal. The forest that had been her sanctuary, her childhood playground, and her favorite place in the world had become a place of absolute nightmare. She could never look at the trees the same way again. She never returned to those woods. To this day, the identity of the tall, thin figure with the cowbell on his waist and his bizarre, terrifying motives remain a complete mystery. But as terrifying as it is to think of a physical monster lurking in the dark woods, there are other kinds of monsters in this world. There are silent, invisible predators that do not hide behind trees or carry rusted bells. Instead, they slip quietly into your bloodstream, hide deep within your tissues, and slowly, systematically destroy your entire life from the inside out, while the rest of the world slowly begins to doubt your sanity. This was the terrifying reality for a woman named Ellie Lobel. To understand the sheer tragedy of Ellie's story, you have to understand who she was before her life was completely derailed. Back in the mid-1990s, Ellie was a woman who seemingly had it all. She was in her early 30s, living in the beautiful, quiet state of Connecticut. She was exceptionally intelligent, highly motivated, and had built a highly successful, lucrative career as a high-powered attorney. She was also happily married to a man she loved, and together they had young, beautiful children. Ellie was the kind of mother who was deeply involved in her children's lives, balancing her demanding career with family vacations, school events, and a warm, loving home. On top of all this, Ellie was an incredibly active, fit person. She loved the outdoors, she exercised constantly, and she prided herself on her strength, her health, and her boundless energy. She was, by all accounts, living the absolute definition of the American dream. But all of that began to unravel on a perfectly ordinary autumn day in Connecticut. Ellie decided to go for a hike in a local wooded area. It was a beautiful, crisp fall afternoon, the kind of day she absolutely lived for. She spent a few hours walking through the colorful falling leaves, enjoying the fresh air and the physical exercise. When she finished her hike, she returned to her home, feeling a bit tired, which she assumed was just the natural result of a good physical workout. But later that evening, she began to feel incredibly under the weather. She felt a sudden, deep fatigue settle into her bones. Her muscles began to ache, and she felt a wave of mild nausea wash over her. Ellie was not a sickly person. She rarely, if ever, got sick, so she assumed she had simply caught a mild flu, or perhaps she was just feeling worn out from her hectic work schedule at the law firm. She took some over-the-counter medicine, drank some water, and went to bed early, fully expecting to feel completely normal in the morning. But the problem was, she did not. When she woke up the next day, the fatigue was still there, heavier than before. Her body felt stiff, and her mind felt strangely foggy, as if she were trying to think through a thick layer of cotton. She pushed through it, going to work and taking care of her children, telling herself that it would pass in a day or two. But days turned into weeks, and the symptoms did not go away. In fact, they seemed to fluctuate in strange, unpredictable ways. Some days she would feel relatively normal, and then the next day she would be hit with an overwhelming, crushing wave of exhaustion that made it difficult to even get out of bed. She began to experience strange, migratory pains in her joints, headaches, and a persistent, low-grade fever. Concerned, Ellie went to see her primary care physician. The doctor ran some standard blood tests, checked her vitals, and asked about her lifestyle. When the tests came back completely normal, the doctor looked at Ellie's busy, stressful schedule as a high-powered attorney and mother of young children and concluded that she was simply suffering from severe stress and burnout. The doctor advised her to take some time off work, rest, and let her body recover naturally. Ellie took the doctor's advice. She stepped back from her heavy workload at the law firm, stayed home, and tried to rest as much as possible. But the rest did not help. The symptoms persisted, and as the months rolled by, they began to get worse. This was the beginning of what would become a 15-year descent into absolute living hell. Ellie began to visit specialist after specialist, desperately searching for answers. She saw neurologists, rheumatologists, infectious disease experts, and alternative medicine practitioners. She underwent countless blood tests, MRI scans, CT scans, and experimental treatments. But the problem was, every single test came back negative. To the medical world, Ellie Lobel was perfectly healthy. When doctors cannot find a physical cause for a patient's suffering, they often begin to suggest that the suffering is psychological. And this is exactly what happened to Ellie. Doctors began to hint that her symptoms were psychosomatic, that she was suffering from depression, anxiety, or hypochondria. They prescribed her various antidepressants and anti-anxiety medications, which did absolutely nothing to relieve her physical pain and fatigue. As the years dragged on, the people in Ellie's life began to change their attitude toward her. Initially, her family and friends were incredibly supportive and sympathetic. But as year after year passed with no diagnosis and with Ellie constantly canceling plans, staying in bed, and complaining of a mystery illness that no doctor could find any evidence of, the sympathy began to wear thin. People in her social circle began to suspect she was exaggerating her symptoms, or worse, that she was using her illness as an excuse to avoid her responsibilities as a wife, a mother, and an attorney. This growing skepticism began to severely erode her marriage. Her husband, who had once been her partner and biggest supporter, grew increasingly frustrated and resentful. He could not understand how a woman who had once been so strong, vibrant, and independent could now be so completely incapacitated by an illness that apparently did not exist on any medical chart. They began to fight constantly. He accused her of giving up on her life, her career, and her family. Ellie was devastated. She was not faking. She felt as though her body was actively betraying her, and now the people she loved most were betraying her too by refusing to believe her. The constant tension and lack of support eventually became too much to bear. After years of struggling to maintain their relationship, Ellie and her husband got divorced. The divorce was a massive blow, but the tragedy did not stop there. As her children grew older, they too began to drift away. They had spent their formative years watching their mother struggle with a mysterious, undiagnosed condition, and they had been deeply influenced by their father's growing skepticism. They grew to believe that their mother was simply unstable or emotionally unavailable. One by one, as they reached adulthood, they moved out of the house, established their own lives, and distanced themselves from Ellie. Ellie was also forced to completely give up her career as a lawyer. The cognitive impairment, often referred to as brain fog, became so severe that she could no longer read complex legal documents, remember crucial details of cases, or speak articulately in a courtroom. The career she had worked so hard to build and that had defined so much of her identity was completely gone. By the time 15 years had passed, Ellie Lobel was a shell of her former self. She was in her late 40s, living alone in a small apartment, divorced, unemployed, broke, and in constant chronic physical pain. And then, around the 15-year mark, her symptoms suddenly took a turn for the absolute worst. The chronic, low-grade suffering she had endured for a decade and a half suddenly transformed into a severe, acute health crisis. She began to experience intense stabbing pains in her abdomen, severe difficulty breathing, and a level of weakness so profound that she could barely lift her hands. She was rushed to the hospital where emergency room doctors ran a battery of urgent tests. For the first time in 15 years, the tests showed something concrete and undeniable. But the problem was, it was the worst possible news. Ellie's major organs were beginning to fail. Her kidneys and her liver were actively shutting down, and her heart was under immense strain. The doctors sat by her bedside and told her that whatever mystery illness she had been suffering from for the last 15 years had finally reached its terminal, end stage. They offered to put her through a series of highly aggressive experimental medical treatments to try and prolong her life. But they were very honest with her. These treatments would be incredibly painful, they would require her to remain in a hospital bed hooked up to machines, and they had a very low chance of success. At best, they might buy her a few more months of extremely poor quality of life. Alternatively, they told her she could choose to do nothing, enter palliative care, and let nature take its course. To Ellie, this news was not a tragedy. It was a profound, beautiful relief. She had spent 15 years fighting a war against an invisible enemy, losing her husband, her children, her career, her savings, and her health in the process. She was tired. She had absolutely nothing left to fight for. The thought of spending her final weeks in a cold, sterile hospital room, being poked with needles and hooked up to noisy machines, sounded like a horror story. She decided she wanted to die on her own terms, with dignity and peace. She refused all medical treatments. She told the doctors she was going to let herself go. But Ellie did not want to die in Connecticut, surrounded by the memories of the life she had lost. She wanted to spend her final days in a place she had always loved, Southern California. She kept her decision completely secret from her family. She knew that despite their emotional distance, if her children or her ex-husband found out she was actively choosing to die, they would intervene, call the authorities, and force her into a hospital. She did not want that. She quietly hired a professional end-of-life caretaker. This is a person whose job is not to treat a patient or try to cure them, but simply to remain by their side, administer pain medication, keep them comfortable, and handle the legal and practical logistics when the patient finally passes away. Together with her caretaker, Ellie packed a small bag and traveled to a quiet, picturesque coastal town in Southern California. She rented a beautiful, sunny Airbnb that looked out over a vibrant landscape. Her plan was simple, peaceful, and incredibly deliberate. She was going to get into bed, open the window to let the warm California breeze and the scent of flowers in, and quite literally lay there until she died. She decided she would stop eating, sip only enough water to wet her parched throat, and let her failing organs finish their work. For the first 3 days in the Airbnb, Ellie did exactly that. She lay in the comfortable bed, watching the curtains flutter in the breeze. She grew weaker and weaker with each passing hour. Her skin turned pale, her breathing became shallow, and she felt her consciousness slipping away. She was ready. She was welcoming the darkness. But by the afternoon of the 3rd day, she was still alive. Her body, despite being in the advanced stages of organ failure, was stubborn. It was refusing to let go as quickly as she wanted. She felt incredibly stiff, sore, and suffocated from spending 72 hours lying in the same bed. She looked out the window and saw the beautiful, bright California sunshine. She decided that she would take a temporary break from her deathbed. She wanted to feel the sun on her face one last time, to smell the wild flowers, and to take a short, final walk before she returned to the bed to die. She called her caretaker over and asked him to help her up. She was incredibly frail, barely able to support her own weight, but she leaned heavily on his arm as he guided her out of the house and onto the sidewalk. They began a very slow, painful walk down the quiet street. The warm sun felt wonderful on her cold skin, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. A short distance from the Airbnb, they reached a beautiful stretch of sidewalk that ran alongside a massive open meadow. The separation between the sidewalk and the meadow was marked by a simple, rustic wooden slat fence. The meadow was absolutely breathtaking. It was a massive, rolling field completely covered in thousands of vibrant, colorful wildflowers. There were yellows, purples, reds, and blues stretching out as far as the eye could see. Ellie was deeply moved by the sight. She felt a profound sense of peace. She told her caretaker that she wanted to stop. She wanted to stand right there, hold on to the wooden fence for support, and simply look at this beautiful field for a few minutes. Her caretaker stood beside her, keeping a gentle hold on her arm as she leaned against the fence, staring out at the flowers, feeling completely at peace with her impending death. And then she heard a sound. It was a low, heavy, buzzing sound. At first, Ellie did not pay any attention to it. It was a meadow filled with flowers, so it was completely natural for there to be insects and bees buzzing around. But the sound grew rapidly louder, transitioning from a gentle hum to a sharp, angry buzz. She felt something land on her forehead. She looked up slightly and saw a very large, dark bee resting on her skin. She did not know it at the time, but this was an Africanized honeybee, commonly known as a killer bee. Before she could even lift her hand to brush the bee away, the heavy buzzing sound suddenly exploded into a deafening roar. Ellie looked up, and her heart froze. Hovering directly over her head was a massive black cloud. It was a swarm of thousands of Africanized killer bees. They had been nesting nearby, and for some reason they had been agitated and decided to swarm. And they chose Ellie as their target. Without any warning, the black cloud descended upon her. Within seconds, Ellie was completely covered in bees. They swarmed over her face, her neck, her arms, and her legs, crawling under her clothes and into her hair. And they began to sting her. They stung her relentlessly, over and over and over again. It was an agonizing, burning pain, like thousands of tiny hot needles being driven into her flesh simultaneously. Ellie, in her incredibly weak, frail state, could not fight them off. She let out a weak cry and collapsed onto the concrete sidewalk, curling into a fetal position as the bees continued their brutal, furious attack. Her caretaker, seeing this horrifying scene unfold, panicked. He was not prepared for a swarm of killer bees. Fearing for his own life, he let go of Ellie, turned around, and ran down the street as fast as he could, completely abandoning her. Ellie lay on the sidewalk, engulfed in the swarm, getting stung hundreds of times. She could feel her throat beginning to swell from the sheer volume of venom entering her system. But then, down the street, her caretaker stopped. He looked back and saw the frail, dying woman lying helpless on the ground, being literally eaten alive by bees. Despite his terror, his basic human decency took over. He realized he could not let her die like this. He took a deep breath, ran back into the buzzing black swarm, grabbed Ellie by her arms, and dragged her off the ground. He slung her over his shoulder, running as fast as he could back toward the Airbnb, swatting at the bees that were chasing them. As he ran, Ellie, barely conscious, gasped out a plea. She begged him not to call an ambulance and not to take her to the hospital. She wanted to go to her bed. She wanted this to be the end. The caretaker burst through the front door of the Airbnb, slamming it shut behind them, trapping the remaining bees outside. He carried Ellie into her bedroom and laid her gently on the bed. Ellie was in a horrific state. Her face was swollen beyond recognition, her eyes were shut tight, and her skin was covered in hundreds of painful red welts. She was shivering violently, her body reacting to the massive influx of bee venom. The caretaker begged her to let him call emergency services, telling her that the amount of venom she had received could easily kill a healthy person, let alone someone in her condition. But Ellie refused. She gasped out that she was already dying anyway and that she wanted to let the venom finish her off quickly. She did not want to die in a hospital. Reluctantly, the caretaker respected her wishes. He applied some cool cloths to her swollen skin, sat by her bed, and waited for her to pass away. For 3 days, Ellie lay in that bed, trapped in a state of semi-consciousness, enduring excruciating pain as her body processed the hundreds of bee stings. But on the morning of the 3rd day, something extraordinary happened. Ellie woke up. She opened her eyes, and for the first time in 15 years, her mind felt completely clear. The thick, heavy brain fog that had plagued her for a decade and a half was gone. She slowly sat up in bed. She braced herself for the agonizing joint pain, the deep muscle aches, and the crushing fatigue that had been her constant companions for 15 years. But she felt nothing. She felt a strange, warm energy flowing through her limbs. Her joints felt loose and pain-free. The constant, dull ache in her back was gone. She felt remarkably strong, alert, and alive. She looked at her hands. The swelling from the bee stings had gone down significantly, but more importantly, she felt healthier than she had since her early 30s. Ellie was completely baffled. She was a highly educated, pragmatic lawyer, and she knew that people do not simply wake up cured of terminal organ failure and a 15-year mystery illness after being brutally attacked by a swarm of killer bees. It made absolutely no scientific sense. She decided she had to find answers. She got out of bed, sat at her computer, and began to conduct exhaustive research. She searched for any connection between bee venom and chronic, undiagnosed illnesses. And after hours of digging through medical journals and obscure databases, she stumbled across a highly unusual, virtually forgotten study that had been conducted in Australia in the 1990s. A group of scientists had been researching Lyme disease, a highly destructive bacterial infection transmitted by tick bites. They had discovered that in the late advanced stages of Lyme disease, the bacteria can hide deep within the body's tissues and organs, causing a massive chronic inflammatory response that mimics autoimmune diseases, chronic fatigue syndrome, and mental illness, eventually leading to organ failure. The Australian scientists had developed a theory. They discovered that melittin, a powerful peptide found in honeybee venom, has the unique ability to target and destroy the outer membrane of the Lyme disease bacteria, effectively killing it. However, the scientists could never test this theory on human patients. To do so, they would have to take a terminally ill, near-death Lyme disease patient and intentionally subject them to a massive, potentially lethal dose of bee venom, which was a massive violation of medical ethics. The study was shut down, and the theory was never proven. Until Ellie Lobel accidentally conducted that very experiment on herself. The truth of Ellie's 15-year nightmare finally stood revealed. On that crisp autumn afternoon in Connecticut 15 years ago, she had indeed been bitten by a tiny tick. Because she was incredibly fit and active, she did not notice the bite, and she never developed the classic bullseye rash that is typically associated with Lyme disease. Because the infection was not caught early and treated with simple antibiotics, the bacteria had spread throughout her body, slowly destroying her nervous system, her joints, her brain, and eventually her organs over the course of 15 years, while every doctor she saw completely missed the diagnosis. When she was attacked by the swarm of Africanized killer bees in Southern California, her body was pumped full of a massive concentrated dose of melittin. The bee venom had acted as a highly targeted, aggressive antibiotic, systematically wiping out the 15-year-old Lyme infection in her body, saving her organs from failure, and completely curing her. The very thing she had hoped would end her life had actually given her life back. Ellie's recovery was complete and permanent. She regained her physical strength, her mental clarity, and her boundless energy. While she could not get back the 15 years she had lost, or rebuild the marriage that had been ruined by her illness, she was able to reconcile with her children, who finally understood that their mother had indeed been suffering from a very real, very terrible disease. Ellie decided to dedicate the rest of her life to helping others who were suffering from chronic, undiagnosed illnesses. She became a prominent advocate for Lyme disease awareness and alternative therapies, traveling the country to speak to large crowds about her extraordinary survival and the miraculous, accidental cure that had saved her life. It is truly incredible how a single random event can completely reshape our lives. For Bella, a simple walk in her childhood woods turned into a lifelong nightmare of a stalker she could never identify, leaving her with a permanent fear of the very place she once found peace. For Ellie Lobel, a terrifying attack by a swarm of killer bees, which should have been her death sentence, became the precise miracle that rescued her from a 15-year slow death, giving her a second chance at life. Both of these women stepped into the wilderness expecting one thing, and both emerged with their lives forever changed in the most strange, dark, and mysterious ways possible. And that is the beauty and the terror of the world we live in. We walk through our ordinary routines, making plans, hiking trails, and looking at flowers, completely unaware of the extraordinary forces that are waiting just beyond the tree line or hiding within the grass. Sometimes those forces are monsters with bells on their hips, and sometimes they are swarms of bees carrying a cure. But whatever they are always watching, always waiting, and always ready to change our lives forever. Thank you so much for watching. Let me know what you thought of today's episode in the comments. And remember, we have a whole playlist of true crime episodes ready for you to binge right now. Until next time, see ya. One afternoon in November of 1980, 8-year-old John Reed sat at a small table on the veranda of a hotel in the remote Brazilian village of Barcelos. It had taken him 2 full days by boat to get there from the Amazon city of Manaus. Sitting across from him was the legendary chief of the Uga Mongola tribe, a man named Tatunka Nara. For the past 10 days, John had listened to Tatunka tell impossible stories about hidden cities deep beneath the jungle and ancient civilizations protected from the modern world. Most people would have dismissed those stories immediately. But not John. With every conversation, he found himself believing more and more. And sitting there now, staring across the table at the man he had dreamed about meeting since he was a child, John had no idea that this belief was about to completely consume his life. This place, Barcelos, and this man, Tatunka, were a world away from where John had grown up. He was from San Francisco, California, a place of suburbs and city streets. But even as a kid, he had dreamed of coming to this exact spot, of meeting this exact man. It was surreal to him that he had actually made it happen. And if things continued to go the way John hoped they would, he might never have to go back to America. Because John wasn't on a vacation. He was on a quest. He was in Barcelos to be the person who finally found the long-lost city of Akakor. Now, there was almost no historical record that this city ever actually existed. The only real mention of it was in a single book called The Chronicle of Akakor, written by a German journalist named Karl Brugger. According to Karl's book, Akakor was the capital city of a 12,000-year-old civilization. They were supposedly like the Incas or the ancient Egyptians, a massive empire with an incredibly advanced society for their time. But Karl wrote that the people of Akakor were far superior because they were descended from actual gods. The book claimed that when European colonizers came to the Amazon, the people of Akakor weren't wiped out like so many other indigenous groups. Instead, they went underground. They literally rebuilt their capital city in a network of subterranean tunnels and hid their entire civilization from the modern world. The legend even said that they were still down there, living in secret, guarding a vast treasure that had been given to them by the gods. Most credible historians and archaeologists called Karl's book complete fiction. They said the author had just made the whole thing up to sell copies and make a quick buck. But John Reed paid no attention to the skeptics. Any small doubts he might have had about the story completely evaporated the moment he finally met Tatanka Nara in person. Tatanka wasn't just some local guide. He was a famous chief who knew the Amazon jungle like the back of his hand. But more importantly, at least to John, Tatanka had been interviewed extensively for Karl's book. He was said to be the one and only known person still alive who had actually been to the lost city of Akakor. And here he was, in the flesh, sitting right across the table from John in all his Amazonian glory. He wore just a simple loincloth, and on his chest was the very same turtle tattoo that the book described in detail. For John, this was all the proof he needed. He was absolutely looking at the right guy, the chief he had traveled thousands of miles to find. And in John's mind, if Tatanka was real, then surely everything else in that book had to be real too. But right now, in this moment, neither John nor Tatanka were saying a word. This was unusual. Normally, their meetings were very animated. Tatanka would regale John with these incredible, vivid stories about Akakor, telling him what it was like there in his heavily accented English. But just hearing the stories wasn't enough for John anymore. He desperately wanted to know where Akakor was so that he could see it with his own eyes. So far, Tatanka had been evasive. He'd always said that the people of Akakor wanted to stay hidden, that their very survival depended on their secrecy, and that he could never give up their location. But today, John could feel that something was different. A few minutes ago, John had asked him again, more directly this time, about literally going to Akakor. And since then, Tatanka had been completely silent for a very long time, as if he was deeply considering whether or not to finally reveal the city's location. So John just waited patiently. As he sat there in that thick, intense silence, it felt like he could almost feel Tatanka's deep wisdom radiating off of him in waves. And then finally, in his soft, fragmented English, Tatanka began to speak. Almost 9 years later, on a cool evening in the spring of 1989, John's sister, a 35-year-old woman named Sandy Reed, pulled into the driveway of her home in the San Francisco area. She got out of her car to check the mail. Sandy had just gotten back from her sales job, and she was tired and a bit bleary-eyed as she reached into the mailbox and mindlessly pulled out a stack of letters and bills. But as she started sorting through the mail, the return address on one of the envelopes made her stop cold. It was a letter, postmarked from Germany. Sandy didn't know anyone who lived in Germany, so she had no idea what to expect as she quickly ripped it open. But as her eyes scanned the typed lines on the page, her hands began to shake uncontrollably. The letter was from a German detective. He said he was writing to her about her brother, John, and that the German police were sure that something very bad had happened to him. John, Sandy's brother, had gone to Brazil almost a decade earlier to find that lost civilization of Akakor. And Sandy and her parents hadn't heard a single word from him since he left. During the first few weeks of John's trip, he had written letters to them fairly regularly. But then his last message had arrived in late 1980, and after that, just complete silence. Of course, Sandy had been worried about her brother. But at the same time, she hadn't been totally surprised that he had gone radio silent. Sandy and her parents were well aware of just how obsessed John was with Akakor. It wasn't just about the adventure for him. He wanted to find this lost city in the jungle and then never come home. His plan was to stay there. So, over the years, they had kind of settled on a theory. They figured that maybe he had actually found Akakor, or maybe he had just found another remote village somewhere deep in the jungle. But either way, the way they saw it, John had likely chosen to start a new life for himself, and that's probably what he had done. For nearly a decade, that was the story they told themselves. But now, as Sandy stood there reading this letter, it was like her entire understanding of what had happened to her brother was instantly and totally fractured. She was suddenly panicked, but also completely confused. The idea that John was in trouble was terrifying enough, but why were the German police looking for him? Why wasn't it American law enforcement? As her eyes frantically scanned the rest of the page, she learned why. The detective explained that they were investigating the death or disappearance of not just John, but at least 3 other people, including a German citizen. And all of these people had apparently been lured into the Amazon by a particular book about a place called Akakor. This book, according to the detective, was complete junk. It was a fabrication. Akakor was not a real place. But the detective believed that someone was actively killing the people who came to the Amazon looking for it. The detective said they had tried to investigate further, but the Brazilian officials were being very uncooperative. He wasn't even allowed to travel to Brazil to collect evidence or try to figure out what was happening there. So basically, he was stuck. But he wanted her to know that they were looking into her brother's case. By the time Sandy finished reading that letter, she felt like she had to do something. If the German police couldn't go to Brazil, then maybe she could. And sure enough, later that same year, in June, Sandy arrived in the city of Manaus in the Amazon and checked into a hotel. She knew from John's last letters from almost 10 years ago that this was the general area where he had been before he disappeared. Her plan, roughly speaking, was to search the entire city, turn it upside down, and see what she could learn. Obviously, this was a massive undertaking. Manaus is a huge, sprawling city. But at this point, Sandy was all in on this mission. She didn't really know why. For 10 years, she'd had no idea what had happened to John. But now, it was like she felt she was being called to do whatever it took to go and find her brother. So she had quit her sales job, emptied her entire savings account, and bought a one-way flight. She even brought along a small audio tape recorder so that she could document everything so she wouldn't miss a single detail. Her plan was to spend all of her time interviewing locals, recording what they said, trying to figure out if anyone knew anything about John or about Akakor. But almost as soon as she actually started doing this on the ground in Manaus, she realized just how incredibly hard it was going to be. It had been nearly a decade since her brother had gone missing. When she met with the Brazilian law enforcement, they had virtually no details about his disappearance and couldn't tell her anything useful. And when Sandy spoke to local residents, all she heard were endless, conflicting rumors with no actual evidence to back them up. On top of that, all the rumors she heard seemed to contradict each other. Some people said a white man matching John's description had just recently been seen on the outskirts of Manaus. But then a Ninley person claimed John had been shot years ago and his bones had been found deep in the jungle. And then yet another person said, no, none of that is true. What really happened is that John found a tribe in the Amazon, not the people of Akakor, but another tribe, and he had simply decided to live with them. Even though all this information was all over the place, there was one common reaction that almost everyone Sandy spoke to had, and that was fear. Each time Sandy asked about Akakor, people would clam up, like they were genuinely scared of it. They all clearly knew about the legend, but most of the time when she brought it up, she was warned to just leave it alone. People told her not to talk about that, and that looking for Akakor could get her into serious trouble or even get her killed. So, as the days wore on, Sandy just felt herself feeling more and more confused and anxious. Each night, as she lay in her hotel bed, she wondered if she should just give up, if this whole thing was impossible. But then, it was like every night after she drifted off to sleep, she would have a dream about John. It was like he was haunting her. And in these dreams, he would say to her that Akakor was not what he thought it would be. So, just about every morning when she woke up, she would have this renewed sense of purpose, and she would continue to look for her brother. But it just kept going nowhere. However, during her last few days in Manaus, when she was basically running out of money and would have to go home soon, she heard another rumor. This one was that John had gone into the jungle to find Akakor, but he hadn't gone in blind. A local chief named Tatanka had told John how to get there. By this point, Sandy had spent 3 full weeks in and around Manaus and felt completely overwhelmed. She really hadn't made any progress. There was a definite sense of fear surrounding Akakor, and she was even starting to feel that fear herself, like looking into this could potentially get her into trouble. And in many ways, hearing about this new person, Tatanka, whether he was real or not, it actually made her more scared. She knew she should try to find him, to see if he knew where her brother was, but there was also a part of her that was just terrified of even pursuing this lead. It was like all of a sudden, Brazil just felt too big, too dangerous, and too overwhelming for her. And so, after learning about Tatanka, Sandy's reaction was to pack up her bags and leave. But after leaving Brazil, Sandy didn't just fly back to California and give up on the search for her brother. She just decided to look for him in a more roundabout way. She had heard from a local in Brazil that there was a Swiss tourist who might have seen John in the jungle. And so, after Sandy left Brazil, she went to Switzerland and spoke to this tourist. And then after speaking with that tourist, she flew to Germany and met with that detective who had sent her the initial letter. But neither the tourist nor the German detective had any new information for her. So, by the end of all that travel, Sandy still had no answers. And by this point, she also had no money. She had completely drained her savings account trying to find her brother, and it hadn't worked. Sandy seriously considered just going home. She was broke, she was scared, and she hadn't actually gotten anywhere in her search. But there was still one lead that she had not investigated, and that was Tatanka. She had abandoned it because it just felt too scary. But Sandy felt like now, if she never went back to Brazil to speak with him, she would never get any real answers. It felt like Tatanka was the key, and she had been a coward. She needed to go back there. She needed closure. So she went back to America, but she only stayed long enough to earn some quick cash by cleaning houses so that she could finance another trip to Brazil. On the 21st of June, 1990, about a year after her first trip, Sandy did return to Brazil. She took a small plane to the village of Barcelos, which she had learned was where Tatanka lived. This time, though, she brought some backup with her, a documentary producer and a reporter. She felt a lot safer coming here with a group, but she also wanted to draw attention and resources to help her with her brother's case. When they landed at the rundown airport, Sandy and her small team deboarded and walked straight into the tiny village. In the time she had been back in America earning money, Sandy had done some research on Barcelos. She knew by now that Carl Brugger's book, The Chronicle of Akakor, the book that had sent John on his quest, had really spawned an entire economy in Barcelos. Tourists came from all over the world to talk to Tatanka and to try to find the lost city. But as far as Sandy could tell, the tourist boom had not done much for the village itself. It was dirty, and the houses were all very run-down shacks. She'd read that only about 3,000 people lived there, and between all of them, they only had a single telephone. And so, as the group wandered around looking for a friendly face to give them directions, Sandy spotted a woman who was hanging her laundry up on a line outside her home. Sandy approached her and asked if she knew where Tatanka lived. The woman immediately nodded, which Sandy had expected. Sandy now knew a lot about Tatanka. She knew that basically everyone in this area knew his name. He was a renowned chief who had once led an expedition for the famous explorer Jacques Cousteau. And he was a hero, too. One time, he had saved the lives of a dozen Brazilian soldiers after their plane had crashed in the Amazon. The country's secret service was actually in his debt. And of course, Tatanka was interviewed extensively in the Chronicle of Akakor and was the only known person who had actually been to the city and knew its location. More recently, Tatanka had settled into a quieter life and was running a hotel and giving boat tours to visitors along the Rio Negro. So, Sandy got directions to Tatanka's hotel from the woman. And as Sandy and her team began heading deeper into the village to go meet this man, Sandy felt a mix of excitement and also deep fear. There was just something heavy about finally meeting this guy. Eventually, the group came to what appeared to be a very isolated-looking hotel surrounded by a high wooden gate. And inside the gated area, up on the veranda of this hotel, was a very lean, shirtless man with a turtle tattooed on his chest. Sandy knew immediately from the tattoo that that was Tatanka. As Sandy and her crew opened the gate and walked towards him, she pulled out a photo of her brother and held it up, explaining why she was there. Tatanka at first just kind of listened and watched as they approached him. But then, as he began to understand what she was saying, he smiled. And in broken English, he told Sandy that he was surprised she hadn't come to see him sooner. But Sandy didn't return his smile. Because as she stared at Tatanka, all she could think of was how wrong everything was. Tatanka's face, the way he spoke, the way he carried himself, none of it made any sense at all. It would turn out those dreams Sandy was having, where her brother John would appear to her and tell her that Akakor was not what he thought it would be, were absolutely correct. Akakor didn't exist. However, it was not just a fake city created by the author Carl Brugger to sell his book. No, it was something much, much weirder than that. That whole book was based almost exclusively on the stories of Tatanka Nara, the legendary Amazonian chief who Sandy was now meeting. But Tatanka, the man standing in front of Sandy, was not the chief of anything. In fact, he wasn't even Amazonian. In reality, this man parading around as Tatanka was just a random German man named Günther Hack. He had fled Germany for the Amazon in the 1960s to avoid paying child support to his ex-wife. When he arrived in the Amazon, he wanted to blend in, but he didn't speak the language and he had a very heavy German accent. So, what did he do? He created a whole made-up story about a long-lost civilization that he supposedly descended from. The entire story of Akakor was invented by this guy just so he wouldn't have to pay child support. The problem was, the Akakor legend worked a little too well. Günther managed to convince local and even national authorities that he was an actual indigenous person. And then, fatefully, he also convinced the writer Carl Brugger that he really was from this lost civilization, which inadvertently created an entire tourism industry based on Akakor. So when Carl's book came out, Günther found himself in a bind. To keep his tourist revenue stream afloat, he had to keep pretending that Akakor was real and that he knew where it was, while also making sure that nobody could ever actually get there. Both Sandy and the German police believed that to protect this secret, Günther killed any tourists who insisted on actually visiting Akakor, including Sandy's brother, John Reed. Günther Hauk has never been charged with murder and denies ever hurting anyone. John Reed's body was never found. The author, Carl Brugger, was shot to death in 1,984 inches Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, and rumors still circulate about who killed him and why. As of 2024, Günther Hauk was confirmed to be alive and still living in Barcelos, and he is still insisting that Akakor is real. To this day, explorers still travel to Barcelos to try and find it. On the night of the 14th of November, 1994, 5-6-year-old Dwight Finley drove his pickup truck up a snowy, single-lane highway in the Oregon mountains. It was late, but Dwight was incredibly alert, and it was taking every ounce of his concentration to not crash. It was snowing really, really hard, and the road was incredibly icy. Not to mention, Dwight was towing a camper van behind his truck, and the van was sort of sliding around, causing the whole rig to feel really unbalanced as he drove. And so, as he was driving along, white-knuckling the steering wheel, all he could think about was how taking this route had been such a bad idea. DeWitt was a traveling salesman, and he sold fancy camper vans. That's why he had one hitched to the back of his truck to drive it from city to city and show it off to potential new customers. He had just been in the Oregon coastal town of Coos Bay and was now driving to Grants Pass, which was in the southern part of the state. The drive should have only taken about 2.5 hours, but DeWitt had decided to take a longer, more scenic route that cut through the mountainous national forest. Except that now, instead of experiencing a tranquil, peaceful drive with lush, stunning Oregon scenery, he was stuck in a blizzard, fighting his way up a steep, heavily forested slope with a sheer cliff on one side. For just about anybody, this would be a harrowing experience. But for DeWitt, he was especially out of his element. He was from sunny Los Angeles, California. He never drove in conditions like this. He had only very recently moved to Montana this past summer with his fiancée and 2 kids. And while Montana did have some harsh winters, he hadn't experienced one yet. So this was a completely new and terrifying experience, but DeWitt was a very religious man. And so, as this drive was spiking his heart rate and making him incredibly stressed, all he began to do was just quietly and internally pray. And for a time, this seemed to work. He was staying on the road. He was making his way up the mountain. He thought he was going to get through this. But eventually, the truck began to slide on the slippery conditions. DeWitt sort of panicked and hit the brakes as hard as he could, which caused the vehicle to slide even more. The next few seconds were just a blur of snow and darkness and trees. And then, after what felt like an eternity where he was thinking he was about to go right off the cliff, his truck slammed hard into a snowbank, stopping him just short of the edge. After that, everything went quiet and still. For a moment, DeWitt just sat there, completely stunned. His heart was hammering in his chest, and his whole body was vibrating with adrenaline. But after a few minutes, DeWitt calmed down enough that he was able to assess the situation. Number 1, he didn't go off the cliff. That was a huge win. He had survived. Then he checked himself over, and amazingly, he didn't appear to have any injuries. Also, from the inside, it seemed like his truck was okay too. Maybe he dinged up the outside from hitting the snowbank, but it just seemed like he had slid off the road and he was basically okay. To DeWitt, this felt like a miracle. He immediately felt like all that praying he had done had worked. God was looking out for him and had saved him. However, when DeWitt put his truck in reverse and attempted to drive out of the snowbank, his tires just spun. They couldn't get any traction. And so he realized, yes, he survived the crash, but he might not be able to move. And he was up here in the middle of the wilderness of the Oregon mountains. It was snowing like crazy. He had no idea what to do. It was the middle of the night. He didn't have a phone, he didn't have a radio, so he had no way to call anyone for help. He also wasn't expecting to be stuck by the side of the road, so he didn't have any food or water or really any provisions. He also hadn't seen another vehicle for a really long time, so he had no idea how frequently people use this road, especially in the winter. And he wasn't even supposed to be on this route. So if anyone went looking for him, they wouldn't look here. However, just as panic began to overwhelm him, DeWitt took a deep breath and said another prayer. God had already saved him once, and DeWitt just had to trust that he would do it again. Somehow, DeWitt was able to calm down enough that he was able to sleep. However, when he woke up, it was clear that it had been snowing all night because his truck was now way more buried in snow. The snow literally made it all the way up to the edge of his window. It was multiple feet deep out there. And so DeWitt, he turned his car back on and he threw it in reverse again, seeing if maybe now he'd be able to back out. It was pretty unlikely, but as soon as he hit the accelerator, the tires just spun. He didn't move an inch. Now, it was daylight, so he thought maybe now he could look around and see a house, a building, or some sign of life somewhere in the distance, just to give him a sense of how close he was to other people. But when he looked out his window, all he could see in every single direction were trees and snow. He actually couldn't even see the road anymore and had no idea where it was since he'd gotten all turned around during the crash. He was just in this whiteout. DeWitt was trying his best not to panic. Instead, he focused on what he had, what supplies were available to him right now. He started looking around the inside of his truck, and he found he actually had a lot of useful stuff. There were some cushions and a sheet so he could make a bed for himself to curl up in. And he could also use the truck's heater to keep himself warm and to melt snow for drinking water. He'd obviously just have to be careful not to burn through too much fuel. Also, DeWitt had the camper that was attached to the back of his truck, which you would think would be great for a situation like this. You could just live in the camper until you get rescued. Except DeWitt knew this wasn't really a real camper. It was a demo model. It was completely unfurnished. There was no heat, no supplies, nothing. It was really just an empty shell, so not that useful. But once DeWitt was done doing this mental inventory, even though he had very little, he actually felt a sense of calm come over him. He felt like he had enough to keep him alive for a while, and in that time, he was going to be found. And so he would just leave it up to God to save him once again. 2 days later, the storm finally let up. But even with the now clear weather, the snow didn't melt. And then soon after that, another storm came and dumped even more snow and ice all over his truck. Also, during this time frame, DeWitt didn't see any other cars or trucks or plows. So, he had a feeling that the road he had crashed on was now so clogged with snow, it wasn't even usable. But even though at this point DeWitt was extremely hungry, he had no food, and it had been several days, he was also warm and dry inside of his truck. And critically, he was also hydrated. He'd been drinking plenty of melted snow. So, he was surviving as best as he could. And to ward off all the negative, intrusive thoughts about what could happen to him out here, DeWitt had begun to pass the time by meticulously crossing off the days in his yearly planning calendar and also by writing letters. DeWitt always carried around pen, paper, and envelopes inside of his work bag, which he had with him. So, he had begun writing to the people he loved, his fiancée, his sons, and even to his boss to explain what had happened and why he had missed work. And in each letter, DeWitt did not sound scared or sad. In fact, if anything, he seemed rejuvenated. He seemed happy. He would reflect on how much love and joy was in his life and how lucky he was to have that. And he would tell the people he was writing letters to, like his fiancée and sons, that he really wasn't worried. He knew he was going to be okay because God was clearly looking out for him. The days turned into weeks. But DeWitt continued to stay warm and basically comfortable and alive, even without any food. But DeWitt believed that his hunger was actually a sign that God was looking out for him. DeWitt had no idea how long somebody could live literally without eating. But after 2 months, DeWitt had tracked the days in his calendar. 2 months had gone by. DeWitt felt like he should be dead. He hadn't eaten in 2 months. But he wasn't dead. And he felt like that was a sign. God was keeping him alive for his eventual rescue. It had to be. On the morning of the 20th of May, 1995, a teenager, along with his girlfriend, drove up the same mountain road that DeWitt had been on when he got into his accident. And even though it was May, there was still quite a bit of snow and the road was still quite icy. About halfway up a particularly steep incline, this teenage kid lost control of his truck. It began to skid, and he went off the road and crashed into a snowbank. Luckily, the teenager and his girlfriend were okay. And for a minute, they just sat there, kind of dazed. And then the driver put the car in reverse and tried to move, but the car wouldn't budge. The tires just spun. So eventually, the teenager climbed out of the car to examine his vehicle to see if there was serious damage or if he was just stuck in the snow. But when he did this, when he climbed out of his vehicle, he looked just up the roadway and off to the side of the road. And there, basically equal to where he was another vehicle. It was a pickup truck with a camper attached to it that was clearly half buried in the melting snow. The teenager told his girlfriend that he was going to go take a look just in case somebody else had had a wreck and they needed help. So this kid, he leaves his girlfriend and he hikes over to the truck. And when he gets there, he can't see inside of it. It's covered with too much snow. But he brushes off some of the snow, revealing one of the windows into the truck. And he looked in, and for a second he couldn't quite see what was in there. But then eventually he saw it. And when he did, he just gasped and backed away. After DeWitt crashed, he was certain he was going to be rescued. He knew he was in an isolated part of this mountain, he clearly knew that, but he really believed that God was going to save him. He felt like it was God who had kept him from going off the cliff, and now God was going to intervene and save him again. Somebody was going to show up and rescue him because of God. So because of that belief, because of how strongly he believed it, DeWitt did not get out of his truck. He might have gotten out to use the bathroom, but for the most part, he stayed inside. And unfortunately, had he just gotten out and really looked around, he would have seen that there was actually a paved path. And due to the way the winds whip on that side of the mountain, the snow doesn't stick to the ground there. So even with a huge snowstorm, he would have seen a black paved path going down the mountainside. And he could have walked it down to civilization. It would have saved him. But DeWitt was so convinced that if he just waited right here, somebody would save him because God was going to save him again. He just didn't leave his truck. And then, when he began to feel that incredible ache from starvation, the fact that he wasn't dying, months in with no food, it just built that resolve inside of him. Clearly, God has a plan. Clearly, I should be dead right now, and I am not. I need to maintain faith, and I'm going to be saved. And in many ways, that's beautiful. It's poetic. But it ultimately led to his death. That teenage driver who happened to get into a car accident up on that mountain road, who then saw the truck and the camper, well, that was obviously DeWitt's truck and camper. And when the teenager walked over and cleared the window and looked inside, he saw DeWitt, who was deceased inside of the truck. DeWitt ultimately died of starvation, most likely on January 19th, which is the final day that he crossed off on his calendar. Sometimes the most dangerous thing in the world is not a monster, a killer, or even the wilderness. Sometimes it's just believing in the wrong things. Thank you for watching. Subscribe and wait for the notification to see the strange, gloomy, and mysterious things that await you. See you next time.